Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to this amazing event. We are about to begin the summit in a few minutes. Before the session starts officially, let me invite a special person to do a special session. Let me invite Mr. Bharat Aditya, co-founder, the Design Turf India, to talk about paid media, branding, and copywriting for founders. Mr. Bharat Aditya is a strategic business consultant with a knack for understanding ground realities efficiently and effectively. He has helped several small businesses to make strategic business moves that resulted positively for their businesses. His co-workers admire him for his strong people management and problem solving skills, and they credit Mr. Bharat for improving their overall productivity and making their business lead to profitability. He heads the business at Design Turf, a digital marketing agency based in India that is into SEO and SEM, social media strategy, LinkedIn marketing, branding, email marketing, copywriting, and web development. Over to you, Mr. Bharat Aditya, for your session.
Hello, ma'am. Yes. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. I would request again, I have a microphone issue, so if you can put the video on highlight mode.
Yes, I think we'll do that. Yeah, we can start.
Thank you so much once again for introducing me to the whole GCPIT team who have been working continuously day in and day out to pull this off on a phenomenal level. It's a privilege to be a part of GCPIT team. I think looking at their work from almost 3 years now, I think I'm the old members who have joined and been a constant unconditional support. I mean, express my complete gratitude before I start today. Thank you so much for the wonderful evening to be joining. My name is Bharat Aditya. I am the co-founder of Design Turf. There's a lot to tell you if I tell you the name Design Turf. Design can not only mean the design that you see on posters, that you see on banners, that you see on packaging, that you see on holders, that you see on print media, that you see on digital media. Design has a lot to talk and lot to tell when it comes to marketing, when it comes to strategizing, when it comes to, eventually, even decision making is based on design. If I tell you, I think I'll have to, be very honest. If I tell you 90% of our decisions, any human being, 90% of the decisions are taken based on design. We wouldn't believe that. We wouldn't believe that at all. It may be any form of design. 90% of our buying, our purchase behavior, our rejection ratios, it's all completely dependent upon 90% of it is completely dependent upon design. 85% people subconsciously, they don't know that they develop an inner conscious whenever they see a design that goes make them buy impulsive. And 80% or 85% of human subconscious mind is an emotional buying behavior. It all depends upon the design. Whether you may be a coach, you may be a trainer, you may be a leader, you may be an entrepreneur, you may be a strategist, you may be a global consultant. Anybody, including fashion. It all depends upon appearances, and that is what design is all about. And that is the name we have given for. That is the reason we have given the name for Design Turf. And I would be talking more, and I think today I have got an extra 2-3 minutes to spare. So if I can share the screen, yes. Yes. Chapoto is a subsidiary company which is into solution design, and I would be going through very, very quickly in telling because just to give you a hint, blue is one of the favorite colors of women. 35 to 53% of decision for women buying is based on the color blue, and we don't know that. And if I am appealing any digital product to a client, almost 88% of the decision is based on the design principle and the design approach that a brand perceives. So that is the power of design, and that is the power of decision making through design, and that is the reason design strategy and rest is added to the content. It may be video content, it is a copywriting content, or it may be a factual content, it may be a numerical content. Rest is dependent on completely content. So if you blend the design, if you blend the approach, if you blend the content in a very right manner, there is a 98.2% accuracy that someone will be willing to even try your brand for the first time. So it does not depend on customer retention, but when it comes to customer success ratio towards you making them join to your brand perception, that is where it lies in. So I'll just show you how the design principles are kept in our organizations, or how we take them through. It may be through, I am just going to show you how it goes. It may be through what we intend to put on the cover page, how it is very important, some of the branding works that we have done today. And these are all the esteemed clients. I would not waste my time completely on showing you, but I will quickly glance through so that you can have a complete overview regarding the brands that you can watch. Including the logo design, right? It speaks a lot, including the font that you choose for your logo. It speaks volumes a lot for your branding approach. So you may make your organization seem a lot more international by staying in a tier 3 city in India today, and it is all highly regarded with respect to the design principles. Color increases the brand awareness by about 79 to 82%. So I think I can keep speaking about the design strategy. These are some of the branding works that we have done, the content that we choose, the letters that we choose. It all depends upon how we are, formulating it, designing it, how we are creating it over the period of time. These are some of the marketing materials that we have done. It may be for print media, it may be for digital media, but this is how it goes. I'll quickly glance through so that we have very less time. So this is how we present. It may be for magazine, it may be for board reports, it may be for pitch decks, it may be for investor presentations, it may be for, you can use design principles, you can use content strategy plus design strategy at your work. And I have to tell you, for the other person sitting there who is not a part of it, 93 to 96% is completely depending upon the presentation that you carry. So it all depends on the color combination you have used, the factual contents that you have used, the way you have formed the content. That is what puts you on the map. That is what puts you on target. That is how these designs have been made. It may be for fintech, it may be for agri-tech, it may be for insurance tech, it may be for a lot more companies, including the product-based packaging designs. The level of approach, by using red and by using dark green, do you know, people perceive it in such a way, it creates a chemical formulation for people to directly go. It creates an authenticity factor for people who are actually viewing this brand. That is what design is all about. That is what choosing the right color combination is all about. I am just showing you an Indian Desi chutney pudi powder. The way you package it, more than 60% of the brand is actually chosen through this. They would actually go for this. That is the power of brand. And this is some of the work, UI UX, that work that we can do. We are a completely brand persona agency. Anybody who is willing to level up their game in terms of branding in the market for the organization, it may be a non-for-profit, profit, or an individual, I think we will be a one-stop comprehensive solution providers to them in terms of content strategy, design strategy, social media strategy, and the complete internet strategy. We are going to level up the game for them. So I would quickly glance through the packaging designs that we have done for some of our clients. This is how we keep the branding to be on the top-notch note always. Thank you so much, Aparna ma'am. It has been a wonderful platform always to share the platform and speak about, and it's an honor to represent our country, our company, our work being done on a global scale. And we wish to accommodate and help as many people as entrepreneurs, professionals, leaders as possible in this global economy to take things forward. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bharat from Design of India. That was a wonderful session on paid media branding and copywriting for founders. I'm sure this was a very useful session for all the business owners who are watching, and those who missed it can watch it again on our GCPIT YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Bharat, for that very useful session. Now let's move on to the much awaited event. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are joining us from. GCPIT UK, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development, along with our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, is proud to welcome you all who are joining us from different parts of the world to this prestigious event, SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022. I'm Aparna G. Kumar, the Global Co-Chairperson of GCPIT and your host for this event. We had amazing sessions on day 1, and today we are on day 2 of the 3-day summit. And on behalf of GCPIT, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to all our chief guests, keynote speakers, and all the founders who are presenting their powerful sessions on sustainable development. We are grateful to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC, for their unconditional support in this summit. We are live on all our social media platforms, and we welcome our viewers on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and also on our GCPIT Global YouTube channel. As you all know, Global Council for the Promotion of International Trade, or GCPIT, is one of the fastest growing organizations based out of India, South Africa, UK, US, and UAE, with board and council member representation across the world. Founded by the visionary leader, Mr. Santosh Ganesh, in the year 2020, GCPIT has been growing at an exponential rate with support from global leaders from across the globe. We now stand proud with the launch of the Great Leaders Council and the 20 global alliances for the advancement of SDGs, the 3 global magazines, the Sustainomics monthly newsletter, and the Impactpreneurs web portal for supporting businesses focusing on sustainability. Now we are on a mission to impact 100 million entrepreneurs and leaders by 2030. We won't be able to achieve this without the support of global leaders like you. Let's all work together towards building a new world, a sustainable world for the future generations. The realization that business leaders have a huge role to play is the reason for this summit. The Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development will promote sustainable business models and best practices to the nationwide creation of new industries over the medium to long term. Personnel from industry, academia, the government will work together and go back to the basics of sustainability, investigate and make recommendations on the application of technology solutions, best use cases, and the required industrial structure, systems, and rules. The members of the Global Founders Council will commit to join hands to take immediate action on climate change, focusing on reducing emissions significantly and offset existing emissions, to promote consumption that is responsible and will focus on the highest standards for environmentally friendly consumption, manufacturing, distribution, and retailing, and reduce food waste to a bare minimum. They will join hands to promote green cities and assist in making cities more livable, sustainable, and breathable. Promote renewable energy, accelerate the transition to low-cost, environmentally friendly energy. Promote justice and equality of opportunity. Focus on jobs and services that improve the lives of those who are vulnerable. As we and the firms in our portfolio expand and thrive, we will create environments where people have equal opportunity and may reach their full potential. We will focus on gender equality, diversity, and inclusion, promote diversity in all forms, as well as create an inclusive working environment with a zero tolerance policy of any sort of discrimination. We will ensure workplace health and well-being, promote lifelong learning, make sure that employees receive vocational training and lifetime learning, create awareness that children deserve a good education. We will make sure that in governance there is transparency and high ethical standards, remain steadfast in the opposition to corruption and unethical behavior, as well as in the compliance with all appropriate regulatory agencies. Data rights are human rights. We will make sure that customers and users' personal information as well as their privacy will be treated with care. At this juncture, we would like to invite the participation of companies and experts who endorse these aims and initiatives to the Global Founders Council for Sustainable Development. I'm sure if we all come together, we can make this happen. Let us be the change we wish to see in this world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. And now it's time to celebrate day 2 of the 3-day SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022. We begin with a very special person joining us now to deliver the keynote address. She is the founder and chief executive director of RAH Foundation, an NGO that supports nation building by addressing UN SDGs for the tribal indigenous communities of Western India, and RAH Creative Design, a social business that provides market linkages to tribal art products. Passionate about climate change, water, and sustainable livelihoods, RAH Foundation focuses on these 3 thematic areas and works exclusively with the tribal people of Maharashtra. RAH Creation runs a store in Mumbai and has been shortlisted by Harvard Business School as one of the top 50 social businesses in the handicraft sector. Let me proudly invite Dr. Sarika Kulkarni for her keynote address.
Thank you so much, Aparna, and thank you so much, Santosh, for this opportunity. It is indeed a pleasure to address all the founders, as I know this is a very phenomenal conversation we are having today, that as founders, how can we really use our opportunity to achieve the sustainable development goals and fast forward the progress. I have made a very small presentation, which I would like to use. One second. Just give me a second. One second, I'm just using the presentation. I'm just so sorry. I should have tested this. One second. Yeah, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see. You can put it in full screen mode.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you so much for the Yeah, I have. So namaste, and extremely happy to address this very, very critical meeting as a keynote address. While we are less than a decade for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and COVID and its aftermath has already derailed and created numerous setbacks, we have time. And as founders, this is the time we need to really step up our efforts and create a mass movement towards sustainability. There is limited time left for achieving the climate goals, and each day is extremely critical. We are all founders here. We have responsibilities for our enterprises, organizations, its economic sustainability and growth. We also have a big role to play for our people, their well-being, and importantly for our planet, and save it from climate change. As founders, we hold considerable amount of power of influence around us, on others around us. And this gives us an opportunity to inspire and encourage people in our sphere to adopt practices that are sustainable and that can contribute to achieving these sustainable development goals. To define our sphere of influence, just look around. And if you do a math, we have full-time employees, part-time employees, consultants, suppliers, advisors, board, networks we are part of, community we live in, and the neighborhood we move around. This can be a great number. In fact, I have actually done this math, and the number that adds up, all the 3 enterprises that I have founded, is quite big. I have created my own sustainability roadmap and then defined roles for each of this important part of my sphere. What can each one of them contribute and how to influence each one of them, and thereby improve sustainability around me and increase and fast forward our journey towards sustainable development goals and sustainability in general. This allowed me to create a cumulative positive impact on the people and planet, and all of this without even a bit compromising on my bottom line. In fact, the other way around, I have only emerged stronger, better, profitable, and importantly, a well-loved and respected founder who cares. As founders, we are role models and people look up to us, and our actions can trigger a mass movement to spur the necessary changes world that we wish to see and can help the planet. I have 2 critical agendas. One, become a completely from within by 2030, which are by aligning our enterprises with the Sustainable Development Goals. Which Sustainable Development Goals are relevant to us, which are critical country, where do we lag, what are the big challenges in the geography we do to expedite this journey. I have been very fortunate as founder of 3 enterprises. I have already exited Surya Software, which was an ITES company. Without compromising on other very critical aspects on my business, we aligned ourselves with 5 SDGs. Unemployment among the school dropout youths, resulting in poverty and hunger, was a big challenge in our neighborhood. We tweaked our training program to provide an opportunity to such youths from marginalized communities. This gave us some amazing, passionate employees who cared and valued the opportunity. Importantly, supported communities break the vicious cycle, address poverty, address hunger, address gender imbalance, and multiple SDGs were aligned with our organization. My organization, Ra Foundation, takes an integrated approach to tribal indigenous development. And when I calculate my sphere of influence, it is a whopping number and increasing by the day. When we started working, we realized that in spite of being one of the highest rainfall areas, it becomes one of the most water scarce areas soon after, and creating enormous challenges for the communities. Water underpins all other social problems: gender imbalance, absence of local opportunities, livelihood opportunities, stress and deprivation for the communities, keeping the communities always in the throes of poverty. We designed our approach and model to change all of this. Given the intertwined nature of problems, it was important to take an holistic approach, and we work on 2 broad thematic areas. Climate communities become water secure under adaptive program, and we create carbon sinks through mitigation efforts. We create local income opportunities for farmers through climate smart techniques. We facilitate and build their self-esteem by giving them choices which otherwise underprivileged women never get. Seriously concerned about the single-use plastic waste and textile waste pollution, creating havoc on the landfills, on streets, and everywhere, we designed income opportunities through textile waste upcycling as well as single-use plastic upcycling, thus creating a circular economy. Over 300 tribal women are using few hundred kilos of waste every month and convert them into beautiful products. This is directly helping not only our environment, but importantly addresses poverty and hunger. In next 1 year, this project will be scaled to over 1,000 women, and few thousand kilos of waste will be turned into products of beauty and joy forever. We today directly contribute to achieving 8 Sustainable Development Goals. We also contribute through our planet-friendly practices and operations. This adds another 2. We are a net zero enterprise foundation and grow through multiple partnerships with different like-minded organizations at different levels. My other enterprise, Ra Creations, provide market linkages to the tribal art products, currently has a sphere of influence that touches a large number of artisans, producers, art connoisseurs, export houses, and many other peers from the field. This again directly addresses poverty and hunger. Our operations also contribute by being lean and planet-friendly. Imagine what I use. When I use this sphere of influence positively, what amazing change and transformation I can create. In fact, I can create a movement. I have the power to create a movement towards sustainability. Sustainable change needs to be permanent, and this needs going to the roots or going to the core and delayer the intertwined social problems that are faced by our enterprise, by our people, by the communities in our sphere of influence. Involve people, use age-old wisdom which already exists, take an outcome-focused and impact-driven approach, and this is how we start our sustainability journey from here. This becomes our starting point towards the sustainability journey. Talk sustainability. Make this a part of our everyday conversation. We are very serious about tracking our progress, identifying aberrations early, and take immediate corrective actions. Monitor, evaluate, and be constantly in the line of sight. Encourage early adapters, reward good practices, and join networks, and create your sustainability buddies on your raha or path towards sustainability. Make our performance a combination of return on investment and sustainability return on investment, the impact of our action on the planet and the people without compromising on the profits and economic sustainability. Dear founders, let's together create a movement of doing well while doing extremely good. We have the power, we have the influence, we have the capacity, and importantly, we have the sphere to solve multiple social and environmental problems. Thank you so much and all the best for your sustainability journey.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarika, for those powerful words and for setting the tone of the day. As you said, as founders, we have a huge responsibility, and focusing on sustainability really helps improve the bottom line, unlike popular belief. Looking forward to working with you in the future as well. Thank you so much. Now it's time to listen to our chief guest. He is the founder chairman of Munasinghe Institute of Development, MIND, Colombo, Vice Chair of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which shared the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize and the 2021 Blue Planet Prize laureate, also called Environmental Nobel Prize. The heads of 5 countries have presented the highest national awards to him. He is also the chairman of the Presidential Expert Commission on Sustainable Sri Lanka 2030 Vision, distinguished guest professor at Peking University, China, and honorary senior advisor to the government of Sri Lanka. Professor Munasinghe is world renowned for developing the integrated transdisciplinary sustainomics methodology for sustainable development. He has authored over 120 books and 400 technical papers on economics, sustainable development, climate change, power, energy, water resources, transport, environment, disasters, and information technology. He is a fellow of several internationally recognized academies of science and serves on the editorial boards of over a dozen professional journals. We are proud to have you with us, sir, as chief guest of Now Summit. Let me proudly invite our chief guest of the day, 2 of SDGs Global Founders Council Summit, all the way from Sri Lanka, Professor Mohan Munasinghe. Over to you for your address, Professor Mohan.
I'm born from Sri Lanka. Greetings. Congratulations and thanks to the organizers of the SDG Global Council Founders Summit 2022 for inviting me, especially Connoisseur Santosh. It is a privilege to address leaders, the sustainable business community worldwide. Digital technology and trade have played a key role in boosting economic growth and development of modern economies. In a post-COVID world, they will provide even more impetus to achieve sustainable development and the SDG in the 21st century, including economic prosperity, social progress, and environmental protection. The Balanced Inclusive Green Growth Path, BIGG, based on the Sustainomics framework, shows us the way forward. Let us act now together. We will talk today about digital technology and trade for business sustainability with Sustainomics and balanced inclusive green growth. Which among many global issues will block sustainable development? We have poverty and inequality, we have resource shortages, financial sector collapse, pandemics, conflicts, particularly weak leadership, unsustainable values, and climate change, which is the ultimate threat multiplier, worsening all the other issues. These multiple threats are interrelated and synergistic, but we, the 7 billion stakeholders of this planet, have divergent interests, and our responses are uncoordinated. We must encourage more decisive action, especially at the mid-level, company CEOs, city mayors, and community leaders. Let's look at the nexus of resource limits, inequity, and poverty. On the left-hand side, you see the ecological footprint of humanity, which is the sum total of resources that we need to sustain life on this planet. In 2012, we needed 1.5 Earths. Currently, we are using about 1.8 Earths equivalent. And by 2030, we will need 2 planets. Who is doing all this consumption? You have the unfair champagne glass. 85% of the consumption is done by the richest 20% of the world's population. They're consuming 60 or 70 times more than the poorest 20%. 800 million people are starving. 1% of the richest own more wealth than the remaining 99% of the world's population. 1% of the richest emit 175 times more greenhouse gas per capita than the poorest 10%. And in 2020, during the teeth of COVID, billionaires gained 20% or $11 trillion, while billions starved. If you put those two facts together, you'll see that when the rich already use more than one planet, where are the resources to help the poor? So we have 75 years of unmet goals and broken promises from 1948, when you had the UN Declaration of Human Rights, a very fine document, all the way to 2015, where we have the Sustainable Development Goals. But every one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals was already there in the 1948 UNHDR. So we haven't advanced very far in 75 years. And then we have IPCC's report on key findings about climate change. It's proven human emissions are disturbing the climate system. It will cause great and irreversible harm, and the poor will suffer most. This is patently unfair because the poor had the least to do with causing the problem. But sustainable development is the best way to limit climate change. If we make development more sustainable by integrating climate change policies into an overall sustainable development strategy, then we can solve all these problems together. So what are the key concepts to move forward towards the 21st century Earth eco-civilization? In 1992 at the Rio Earth Summit, I presented the Sustainomics framework, which gives rise to balanced, inclusive green growth, or BIGG. It has been taught and applied widely, and it will help us to facilitate and apply the Sustainable Development Goals in the future. The core concept one of Sustainomics is called climbing the mountain. Sustainable development is like a mountain peak which is covered with clouds. It's mysterious. Even I don't know all the details. But if we keep climbing one step at a time, eventually we will reach the top. So many unsustainable activities are obvious and we can avoid them. We can turn off the lights when we leave this room. We can turn off a tap. We can plant a tree, and we can do this not only at the individual level, but as groups of people. For example, at the firm level, you have ESG, you have CSR, you have sustainable accounting and reporting, triple bottom line, shared value, green investment, and so on. Many things that you can do. The second core concept is harmonizing the Sustainable Development Triangle for balance and integration. You need economic growth to raise billions of poor out of poverty, but you don't want to destroy the environment in the process because we all depend on environmental resources. And we need to have empowerment and inclusion of the poor. And any topic can be thought of in terms of these three elements, including sustainability and, of course, digital technology and trade. You look at how it affects the three types of capital assets. You have built capital, the roads and bridges and so on. Natural capital, air, land, and water, and social capital, which is the invisible glue that binds people together. Personal networks, values, culture, and so on. Digital technology depends on built capital very much. It depends on natural capital, on cobalt, lithium, rare earths, and other things. And it is very important for social capital, particularly through social media and other things. And this social capital is the one that is the most neglected, but we should never forget it. The third core concept is in our own minds. It is to transcend boundaries with innovation and fresh ideas. In particular, we have to replace unsustainable, unethical values, especially among the youth, greed, selfishness, and violence, and have selflessness, enlightened self-interest, respect for other humans and nature. We need to think in multidisciplinary terms, not just one subject. We need to think of global scales, not just our neighborhood, and in terms of years or centuries, not just days. And we need multiple stakeholder frameworks to solve our problems. Currently, wrong values drive unsustainable development. Greed, selfishness, corruption, and violence. That has caused a model of economic maldevelopment where growth is based on debt, you have extreme market forces, poverty, inequality, and so on. Now, DTT can improve or worsen the situation because this process has led to an environmental debt, unsustainable pollution, climate change, and so on. And the sustainable development space is shrinking all the time. We need to transcend disciplinary boundaries because the issues in sustainable social justice, equity, and so on, all the way to the biological and physical resource base, depend on all these multiple disciplines: philosophy, sociology, politics, finance, technology and digital technology, ecology, natural sciences. We need all of these working together. That is where Sustainomics comes in. And transcending sustainable development boundaries with stakeholders. The business community can play a key role in bringing civil society and government together to improve local, national, and global governance. The fourth core concept is very simple. It's just implement, implement, implement. And there are many case studies and best practice examples. Please contact me. I can tell you later if you want about how Sustainomics tools are being used. Now, let us look at how current global systems are faring. Unsustainable, urgent changes are needed. For example, if you look at climate risk, which represents the environment per capita greenhouse gas emissions, against development level representing the economy per capita income. Everything is unbalanced, economy, society, and environment. We have grown along this curve. The poor countries are here, low emissions, but low GNP. Rich countries are high GNP, but they are exceeding environmental safe limits. Many countries are in the middle. So the first step is called green growth, where we try to balance economy and environment. And the rich countries can transform or dematerialize their economies and actually continue to have the good life. They don't have to become poor, but they can reduce material consumption and reduce the burden of the environment with new technologies. For the middle-income countries, we do not have to follow the profligate path of the rich. We use the green growth tunnel to reach the same point, much more efficient. And digital technology and trade will facilitate that. And the final step is to make the green growth path inclusive. So we have a balanced, inclusive green growth path. Digital technology and trade will help to harmonize the complete triangle, pro-poor, inclusive. DTT can guide us to achieve a global vision. We have a world equal civilization of the 21st century focusing on happiness and well-being, gross national happiness, not just material consumption of GNP. It's really the last chance, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Universal, complete, integrated, leaving no one behind. It is the monitoring framework for implementation, and digital technology is included in SDG 9. It's linked to all other aspects. Key facts about DTT. Digital technology is the basis for digital trade. It links consumers, producers, and governments. Digitally enabled transactions of digital and physical products. COVID-19 enhanced digital technology. And Digital technology in turn has enhanced the scale, scope, and speed of digital trade. So the post-COVID digital trade will grow to drive global supply chains and livelihoods. But it has many impacts on sustainable development. There are social gains with employment and income, risks like exclusion of poor and increasing inequality. There are environmental gains because we reduce the burden on the environment, but the risks because uncontrolled consumerism will put a further burden on the environment, and you have e-waste, and then economic gains, increase productivity and growth, but risks a widening gap between rich and poor. And so we have to be careful about the risks. ETT must link sustainable consumers and producers. This is SDG 12, which I have to create. You have sustainable consumers and sustainable producers, a few put together to bring about sustainable markets. And if this grows and spreads through society, you can have traditional markets for the old, organic markets, online markets for youth. This is what MIND and GCPIT should be doing if we want a sustainable world. Let me end with a talk about how I feel the 21st century will see Asian leadership for sustainable development. Look at the geostrategic shifts of the economic center of gravity up to now. In 0 AD, it was somewhere in the Middle East. It moved gradually in the 19th and 20th century to Europe and North America. And now it's moved after the 21st century smartly back towards Asia because of the growth of India and China. So we have a lot to say. The transition to a multiple world order, which is already underway, new world using economic soft power with multiple centers of power, Asia, BRICS, USA, EU, and so on. Many global currencies, the Chinese yuan, the US dollar, euro, replacing the old unipolar world order, a hegemonic US-led NATO, G7, using military power and one global currency, the US dollar. But watch out for potential surprises. You have climate change, pandemics, environmental crises, social unrest, terrorism, economic crises, technological disruption. But I believe sustainable business leaders like you have a key role in building the resilience of global systems. And I end with some personal advice. Harmonize yourself before trying to harmonize the earth. You start with work and your mind, income and job satisfaction, but you also need your health, fitness, and environment, and your friends and community, the social side. And this is the personal sustainable development triangle, the key to a happy, contented, and sustainable lifestyle. Optimistic final message for the world. Multiple global problems pose a serious challenge. These problems can be solved together provided we begin applying Sustainomics and the balanced inclusive green growth. Governance systems must be transformed in an integrated way. Business leaders can catalyze civil society, business, and government to work together and play a key role in devising new 21st century path for sustainable development, leveraging digital technology and trade. I end with an ancient Pali blessing from Sri Lanka, which says, may the rains come in time, environment, may the harvest be bountiful, which is economic, may the people be happy and contented, may the king be righteous, which is social. So even in ancient times, hundreds of years ago, our ancestors knew about the sustainable development triangle. We are simply trying to rediscover old truths. The Munasinghe Institute for Development MIND has scholarships, applied research, and public policy. We have many publications. If you want to know more about Sustainomics and BIGG, visit our website or get in touch with me. Stuti, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mohan Munasinghe. Thank you for joining us today and enlightening us with your experience. As you said, the 17 goals are our last chance, and let us take one step at a time and slowly climb the mountain called sustainability together. We are honored to have you with us, and thank you for all the support you have been giving to GCPIT. With that, we have come to the end of our opening session, and let us fasten our seatbelts as we get ready for the powerful sessions on sustainable development. Let us start our powerful session one. We have 4 speakers in this session. To begin with, we have with us Dr. Teresia Bilola. She is a sustainability policy specialist, a climate reality leader, and deputy councillor at the Turku City Council. She is the co-founder of SGROW and also the founder of Sustainability Daily with Tea. Over to you, Dr. Teresia Bilola, for your session on implications of the 2022 IPCC report for businesses and investors.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Professor, for that wonderful speech. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say anything again because you have said a lot. And I agree with very much with what you say. But let me add my bit. The more voices, the better. Let me try to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so this is this. I don't want to go into this. Apana did a good job with the introduction. I'll just go straight to the next slide. And this is how we are going to move today. These are the subtopics. So I'm going to talk about a bit about what is the IPCC report and what are the links to the SDGs and which SDGs. And then I'll give some pointers from that report. And then I'll also tell you about a women-led team that is trying to grow SMEs in sustainable and holistic ways, and also look at sustainability from a holistic perspective and the role of individuals, which is one of the topics that is very close to my heart. And then I'll conclude. So what is the IPCC report? It is the 6th of such reports, and it is done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's a result of 34,000 studies, including 270 authors from 67 countries. And it's one of the most comprehensive examinations of how the effects of climate are intensifying, especially the risk for the resource-poor communities and future risks if we keep moving at the pace we are moving. And then it also, this year, it highlights some of the most effective and feasible ways of adapting to the changes and also mitigating them, and which groups of society are most vulnerable. So this report and the way I'm going to speak today, I'm going to focus on SDG 12 and 13. I am from Cameroon, but I live in Finland, in Europe. And we all know, we've seen also from the professor's presentation, that most developed countries are struggling with this SDG 12, with production and consumption. Purchasing power is high and people cannot control how they consume. It's use and throw, use and throw. But the other side of it is that 97% of top climate scientists agree that human-induced pollution is the main cause of global warming. But why is there very little action on this? This is what I want you to keep in mind as I speak. So these are some facts from the IPCC report. They were quite shocking facts, but not shocking for those who have been following the climate discussion. We don't have time anymore. Unless we act now, the remaining carbon budget allotted for this generation will run out already by 2027. So that's just a few years from now. And then one more thing that I want to highlight from this slide is the fact that a lot of people are talking about net zero carbon emissions by 2050, but that is not the end. The minimum we have to target now is to strive to deliver a 1.5 degree Celsius world in the next decade already. Net zero should not be our only destination. It is important that we have emissions already in the next decade. You will see why when I start talking about some of the effects of going at the pace we are going now. So basically, this is what is happening now in the business world. Business are comfortably doing this. They are putting suppliers on one hand, customers and employees. They are not communicating. But if you look at the picture on the other side of the screen, that is what is supposed to happen. Businesses are supposed to be linked to all these actors, to think about all of these things. But as a business, if you can't think about all this, it's difficult to define the extent of your climate impact, of your sustainability impact, of your social impact, or of any impact at all. So there is a need for more collaboration between these different actors in society when you are thinking about establishing a business, or when you are thinking about how to cooperate with other businesses. So these are some of the implications for businesses. I don't know, I'm seeing something else on my screen. Okay, yeah, so every business has to now look at adaptation, but they have to go beyond that strategy and consider the impacts on society. Like I already said, we have to focus more on adaptation and resilience strategies than just on trying to avoid climate change, because some of the effects are already here. They can't be avoided anymore. How do we adapt to this? How do our businesses adapt to this and adapt in such a way that we are not making the situation worse? And then there is also in the atmosphere, after this IPCC report and all the reports that are coming out, there's going to be a new pace of more stringent rules. And this is going to be in the form of penalties or incentives. So as a business, to position yourself, you need to look at climate change from the point of how do I get incentives and avoid the penalties that will come as a result of these regulations. So you have to be future ready. You have to be more futuristic in the way you think. And I like this quote by the CEO of Investor Group on Climate Change. It says that institutional investors have systemic exposure to climate change risk. Unless emissions are reduced, extreme weather will have worsening impacts on property, infrastructure, agricultural production, and other climate-dependent industries. Climate change will also have direct impacts on sovereign credit risk, supply chains, the property market, insurance pricing, or wider economic conditions. So climate change is no longer just an environmental thing. It's also an economic issue that businesses have to look at and investors also have to think about in their daily operations. More implications are that business now need to set a 1.5 degrees Celsius compatible target for each of their quarters, if a business is running in 4 quarters, each quarter has to have some target that is related to operating within the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. There is no time to delay. As I already said, we have like up to 2030 to keep this in check. Not to stop it, but to keep it at a manageable level, because it's already at a point where it's out of hand. What we are doing now is managing so that we don't go even more out of hand than we have already gone. If a business value chain relies on agriculture, it will also be expected to address methane emissions. We talk a lot about emissions, but most people think about carbon. But if you are thinking agriculture, you have to think about methane emissions along your supply chain. And we know that a lot of regions are facing risk of food insecurity. So this is something that has to be taken into consideration very highly by any company that has agriculture anywhere along its supply chain. It's not necessarily for the farmers or those who are directly owning farms. It's also for retailers who retail these agricultural products. They have to think about how much methane their operations are going to cost. Agriculture is becoming one of the biggest sources of emission, but it's also a very vital sector for for humans. We need to be able to balance that. And then we have to understand that every company's approach to sustainability carries significant financial, reputational, and regulatory implications. It was not so clear before, but right now it is, because even governments are not looking at businesses just from the point of economic growth. They are also looking at businesses from the point of what societal impacts do they have? What social impacts do they have? How do they contribute to the nationally determined targets for climate action? So ESG related investments are becoming extremely important, and the better you are positioned in ESG, then the easier it is for you to be competitive on the market. Now, in this slide, I am highlighting the fact that evaluations by companies should already think about investment trends. As you can see from the slide, social sustainability bond rise is high. You can see the progression between 2012 and 2021. You can see the importance of sustainability even for investors now. So if you're a business that is looking for investors, you have to think about what is the impact, is the sustainability impact that your company has. Have you looked at your environmental, social, and governance, different aspects that touch on your business? Have you looked at your supply chain and seen where there is a leakage of emissions, for instance? So you have to find ways to be able to evaluate your company's performance, because it is it's of growing importance. It's not just for governments, it's also for you if you are looking for investments for your company. And then I also want to highlight the fact that it seems that women are more attuned to social impact business, which is good news for most of us on this call. So these are some figures from different regions of the world. The first one is the female to male ratio for social entrepreneurs versus commercial entrepreneurs. And from here, you can see that it's only the Africa, Middle East and North Africa that have a different kind of figure. But if you look at the general thing, you will see that women are more involved in social impact businesses. That's something to think about. So if you are a woman founder and you're still on the edge, this is the trend. Don't think about it anymore. Think about the social impact of your business. That's where the world is going to, and you will find lots of support for that, because there are already women who are doing this. And then I also noticed in my short research for this presentation, I also noticed that there is a growth in a position called sustainability head. And if you look at the statistics, most of these sustainability heads are women. It's not by chance that they are choosing women. There is a reason for that choice. So the key messages from this IPCC report are these. Health impacts of climate change are increasingly visible. We can't talk much about that. I listened to the presentations yesterday and even the one before me now, and you already heard about the health issues that are related to climate change. And then there are many adaptation options, but some losses are already irreversible. We have to keep that in our head. We have already lost some parts of the environment that we cannot make up for, but we can adapt to those changes. We can adapt, but only to a certain point. The effects of climate change are also increasingly unevenly distributed. The poor and the vulnerable communities are the ones that suffer the most, even though they have the lowest emissions. That's increasing inequalities that we are fighting to reduce. So climate change is also one source of social injustice. We can think, if you can't think about it as environment, at least think about it as social injustice. And we have seen from the IPCC report that every degree Celsius increase is dangerous, even if it's just 0.01 degrees Celsius, because we are already almost at the edge. I think for some regions, we are already at 1.2, 1.1 even. So every little increase right now is dangerous. So next, in this next slide, I want to look at women as social impact leaders, just because of the statistics that I saw, and also because I know our audience has a lot of women founders. So considering that gender equality is highly relevant from an ESG perspective, and given the observation already made of the growing relevance of good ESG, it's not a surprise that companies with an above average representation of women in management or on the board are outperforming those that don't have this characteristic. So that's one reason also why women should think about social impact business. It is also shown that companies with a greater share of women in management tend to score better in terms of ESG rankings than companies that do not. Also, the levels of company diversity display correlation with the prevalence of ESG investing. A company's ESG rating affects its cost of capital, share price, and the role of growing significance. However, it is not only its sustainability investing approach that makes a company score highly on ESG criteria. There are other things as well. Now I'm going to talk to you about my team, or our team, even though they are not all here. So we are a diverse group of women. Our company Esgrow is women from completely different backgrounds. You will not imagine how different our backgrounds are. And our meeting was kind of out of serendipity. We didn't plan it like that, but we complement each other. And this business was born out of the fact that we noticed that the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive in the EU is going to replace the Non-Financial Reporting Directive soon. And I live in Finland, where SMEs form the backbone of the economy. They are over 75% of the Finnish economy. So when these directives come into play, come December 2022, the big companies already have some form of sustainability plan, sustainability unit, and all of that. But the SMEs that are the backbone of the Finnish economy will be struggling with this. They wouldn't know where to start, or they wouldn't even have the resources to put into actually doing what these directives want. There will be expectations from these businesses, such as disclosing more on sustainability related information about their business models, about their strategy, about the supply chain. They will have to provide information for investors to compare with their peers, with expected capital flow towards companies, demonstrating a strong sustainability performance. They will have to transform how their business approach has changed in decision-making and how they share their stories with different stakeholders. All of this will be probably for SMEs that are like 2 or 3 people businesses. There are many of that in Finland, and they don't have these already made sustainability plans. So this is the market that we saw for Esgrow, and that's our first customer. But we are also working beyond Finland, but that was the starting point for us to help these SMEs to adapt to the new directives that are going to come into place soon. So we offer consultancy services for supply chain sustainability reports, public image, corporate social responsibility data, roadmaps for resource efficiency. At least I was privileged to be part of drawing the city of Turku's roadmap for circular economy. So I know a bit about what it means to be resource efficient, or what it means to plan for resource efficiency. Then we deliver social sustainability reports, ESG strategies, circular economy strategies, market research related to sustainability, and education status reports for companies. We have a proven track record of successful projects from some countries: Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Cameroon, Nigeria, Zambia, Ghana, and a bit in the UAE. Our most recent project was to look at how to establish an open university course for agro-entrepreneurship in Zambia. The background for this is that Zambia is an agricultural economy still, but most of the young generation are not interested in agriculture. So there is a risk of food security. We thought about creating packages that are like short courses for even people who are working to go back and study agro-entrepreneurship. They don't need to go to school. They can sit in the comfort of their home and study this and get some interest in agriculture, especially the part of creating businesses around agriculture so that we can ensure food security for Zambia. And this project was very important because we did it for a university in Finland that has been ranked as the most sustainable university in the world, and the most sustainable university in Finland and 14 in the world. It's based on the policies related to the green campus and sustainability in universities. And then this SOST is my personal baby, as I can call it. As a sustainability policy specialist, I was, before becoming where I am now, it just felt all overwhelming. And then I looked around me and I noticed that there are a lot of people who also look at sustainability and think it's so overwhelming. They need it to be broken down into small pieces, to be broken down, to be brought to their level. Like, how can I as an individual contribute to these global goals? So I have this platform that the motto is simplifying sustainability for everyday action. And within this, in the short time, I've been able to offer training on everyday climate action to members of the oldest and widest network of multicultural associations in Finland. I've been able to talk to a community-based association here, whose role is to enable girls and women to find their own place in society as equal and unique members. They are mostly immigrants. So you can see that on their hierarchy of what they are interested in, it is not necessarily sustainability. When you move to a new country, there are other things you're thinking about. So these people need a different kind of communication about environmental issues. They need to be treated a little bit special than those who are the natives of the country. You need to meet them at their own point of need. You can't assume that they know what it means to live a sustainable life. So there I talked about the role of third sector organizations in integrating these women. And then SOST has also been involved in giving lectures on social sustainability as a solution to inequality and segregation in cities. And we've also had collaborations with the Association of Professional Women Engineers in Nigeria, where we did a training on the role of the individual student in achieving the SDGs. And then as a politician, as you can see from my profile, I also motivate and train women on how to get into politics, especially immigrant women or women who have moved to a new country, how they can be active citizens and possibly get into politics if possible. But I will end with, let's build a sustainable world together. We can do this, but note that we don't have time. So reach out if you think that there is something here that you can collaborate on. As the UN Secretary General said about the IPCC report, I've seen many reports, but there is nothing like the IPCC, the new IPCC report. It is an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. We need to rise up as the next generation of leaders and not fail on this. I think we have failed for too long. We can't fall further than we have already fallen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. Let's build a sustainable world together. Thank you.
Wow, that was so powerful. Thank you so much, Dr. Teresia, for that excellent eye-opening and very interesting session. As Professor Mohan and you rightly pointed out, we don't have time to waste. This is our last chance to act, and every business has to work on adaptation than avoiding the topic of climate change. We have to be future ready. Thank you so much for joining us today and giving us that amazing session. Next, we have a session by Shehnaz Sheikh, CEO and founder, Algenix International Private Limited, and founder and chief executive officer at Microbiz Network India. She is going to talk about crop protection and sustainable farming, consumption that is responsible, UN SDGs 2, 12, and 14. Over to you, Shehnaz, for your session.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. It's an immense pleasure and honor to be here as a speaker in Global Founder Council Summit 2022. I would like to take this opportunity to speak on consumption that is responsible, the high standards of environmental friendly consumption and manufacturing and reduction of food waste to bare minimum. So I would like to share one of the my startup journey. First of all, our family is involved in our family is involved in the farming. While cultivating various crops in our farm, we faced acute insect pest infestation and synthetic pesticide toxicity issues with our farm workers and dairy animals. So these issues made us to think over how to solve insect pest management issues without using any toxic chemical pesticides. So we started working on finding alternative solution to toxic pesticides available in the market. So that time in 2001, we realized that there is no viable and efficient solution available in the market for insect pest management. So WDO started working on environmental friendly, non-toxic agriculture pest management solution to serve the most deprived global farming community by reducing their input cost of crop protection and improving their living condition by minimizing their exposure to highly toxic chemicals. In the year 2001, we have started study on entomology, then research on insect behavior responses. Down the line, in the few years, we have developed a different kind of communication signals that includes vision, olfactory, acoustic, touch, and sensation to communicate with insects and alter their behavior in response to these communication signals. In the process of development of AI-enabled next generation insect communication technology, we built multiple prototypes and conducted trials in laboratory and later on in the actual crop field in the different geographical areas and multiple crops. After successful field trials over the almost 5 years, we decided to make this technology and products available to the market in Indian and international market. To test the minimal viability of the product, video decided to establish a quick lean setup named Microbiz Network India as a single proprietary company. And from 2014 to till 2020, we have sold 4,000 plus new devices in Indian and international market to generate the sales revenue. So at this stage, we realized that now the product is well accepted and we have established AIGenix International to distribute our products through this AIGenix International Private Limited. So this is our startup journey. So what I have shared initially. Before going ahead, I would like to share my presentation. Yeah, just give me a moment. So I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, Shanaz, it is loading.
Yeah, today I am going to talk on consumption that is responsible. So I will go on next page.
Shanaz, sorry to interrupt. Can you put in slideshow mode, full screen mode?
Yeah. I hope now my
yes, perfect.
Mode. Yeah. So yeah, sustainability in farming and food production is not a choice, but it's a need of an hour. Sustainable agriculture gives an equal weight to environmental, social, and economic concern in agriculture. Agriculture sustainability rests on the principle that we must meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So what is the need for sustainable agriculture? The sustainable farming methods are the cornerstones of the low input agriculture. Sustainable agriculture conserves the energy and reduces the greenhouse gas emission. So why do we Why do we need sustainable agriculture? This is the main major issue what we are currently facing. Sustainable farming restores and nourishes the soil. It works in harmony and with nature and not against it. Sustainable farm saves energy. It protects and conserves water. It values diversity. It provides resilience in a world of climate change. It support local communities and economies. And last one is agriculture, which is good for people, the planet, and is profitable to total ecosystem. So sustainability is important in food production as well. It ensures uh, your business or home has a low environmental impact. Sustainable food aims to avoid damaging or wasting natural resources. It minimizes the contribution to climate change as it often means eating more local food, which is not transported too far. So on the consumer side, it's or you can say both consumers and those involved in food production have roles to play in sustainable food practices. On the consumer side, it's a case of shopping and eating more consciously, disposing of as little as possible, and when doing so, making sure that it is as conscious as possible. On the other side of the coin, food production lines have a larger scale responsibility with sourcing sustainable food, packaging, and working methods. We need to buy local seasonal foods when we can. From a manufacturing or restaurant perspective, try to source local ingredients as best you can, reduce food waste. Then manufacturers should aim to use sustainable packaging and encourage recycling and freezing leftovers if possible from their customers. As consumers, you should make an effort to know what sustainable packaging is and try to opt for brands that utilize over others who do not. So sustainable agriculture seeks to sustain farmers, resources, and communities by promoting farming practices and methods that are profitable, environmentally sound, and good for communities. Sustainable agriculture fits into a complements to modern agriculture. So in short, sustainable agriculture is economically viable. If it is not profitable, it is not sustainable. It is socially supportive. The quality of life of farmers, farm families, and farm communities is very important. It is ecologically sound. We must preserve these resources base that sustain us all. Beyond the congressional definition, sustainable agriculture has been defined in several ways, for example, as a system that can indefinitely sustain itself without degrading the land, the environment, or the people. It reflects our concern with the long-term viability of the agriculture. So there are many benefits of sustainable agri-food systems. It's water regulation, soil retention, carbon sequestration, climate regulation, availability of water and nutrients, supply of food for sustenance and human welfare, and maintenance of insect species that help in the control of pest and disease vectors and pollination. So there are three benefits of taking a leap towards sustainable agriculture. First one is conserving the environment and preventing pollution. By adopting sustainable practices, farmers will reduce their reliance on non-renewable energy, reduce chemical use, and save scarce resources, keeping the land healthy and replenished can go a long way when considering the rising population and demand for food. Second one is reducing cost and focus on profits. Farming smarter and moving food from farm to fork in a more efficient manner will benefit everyone involved with the agriculture industry. IoT data from sensor installed in everything from seed drills, sprayers, and spreaders to drones, satellite imagery, and soil turn surprises into rarities. And third one is improving food production without being wasteful. As we have explained, the anticipated population increases in cause for concern. Today, there is an opportunity to develop agricultural practices from a pure production standpoint, and sustainable agriculture is the route with the most opportunity. So the long-term goal of food sustainability is to produce enough food to maintain the human population. The instinct factors to guarantee a sustainable food system are a fertile land, water, fertilizers, stable climate, and energy. The long-term goal of food sustainability is to produce enough food to maintain the human population. The instinct factors to guarantee a sustainable food system are a fertile land, water, fertilizers, stable climate, and energy. However, as the world population grows, the volume of food needed in the future will not depend just on these instinct factors, but on human choices. Some of the human actions that may affect the sustainable future of the food supply chain, including diet, obesity, food miles, food waste, and genetically modified organisms. So there are many aspects to sustainable development goals. It's environmental quality. In order to have healthy communities, we need clean air, natural resources, and non-toxic environment. The world's population continues to grow, so we require more resources such as energy, water, and space. Sustainability aims to use our resources efficiently to benefit our campus and community. The sustainability and healthcare are intricately related since the quality of our environment affects public health. For example, many health issues are directly related to air, food, soil, water quality, etc. So, global production methods must change to minimize the impact on the environment and support the world's capacity to produce food in the future. As with other man-made activities, food production contributes to climate change, water scarcity, soil degradation, and the destruction of biodiversity. It is estimated that 25% of total global greenhouse gas emissions are directly caused by crop and animal production and forestry. Agricultural land covers 37% of Earth's land surface, and together the crop and livestock sectors use 70% of freshwater resources. The level of environmental impact of food production relates where and how the food is produced and the local availability of natural resources such as water and soil. Often there are trade-offs between environmental factors. To date, there is no simple set of principles to determine if one food product is more environmental friendly, sustainable than another. So sustainable crop protection, why it is important? The pesticides are a vital tool for farmers and growers to enable the production of economic yield of marketable crops which meet the requirement of the supply chain. These pesticides are linked to air, water, and soil pollution, affecting the health of people badly. Pesticides can these toxic pesticides can contaminate soil, air, water, and other vegetation. In addition to killing insects or weeds, pesticides can be toxic to host of other organisms, including birds, fish, beneficial insects, and non-target plants and humans. It diminishes biodiversity. These pesticides used are known to have a negative impact on human being and ecosystem. The decomposition of residual pesticides caused a drastic decrease in the biomass of wildlife food sources, indirectly affecting the total ecosystem. So the plant protection comprises the management of a variety of agriculture issues, including insect pests, diseases, weeds, nematodes, and others. Integrated pest management function as an aspect of crop protection that enables an environment-friendly, safe, sustainable agricultural system. So as a founder, we are contributing in sustainable farming and crop protection by inventing and developing a physical crop protection solution. And our technology helps to protect all kinds of crops, that includes all kinds of crops in open as well as in protected farms. Currently, we have invented and developed two technologies for crop protection, that is a Bravehawk and eBionic series product. So yeah, this is a brief about my topic. Thank you so much, Aparna, Santosh, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Shahnaz Sheikh, for that very informative session on the importance of sustainable farming, crop protection, and also focusing on the long-term benefits of food sustainability. I'm sure the session would really make our listeners think about what are the actions they need to take towards responsible consumption and production. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Who owns data? Data rights are human rights. Next, we have a session with a focus on UN SDG 16 by Guhesh Ramanathan. Mr. Guhesh Ramanathan is the CEO and Director of Exhibitor Consulting. Over to you for your session, Mr. Guhesh. Who owns data? Data rights are human rights.
Perfect. What I wanted to do today is to just walk you through, this misconception that says that, why is data privacy so important at this point in time? Because a lot of us don't really understand, the seriousness of this particular issue right now, right? Just to give you an idea in terms of the scale at which we work, my name is Guhesh Ramanathan. I'm based in Bangalore in India. And I'm the CEO of this company called Excubator. We work with over 800,000 plus startups across the world, primarily to help them connect to opportunities that come from various large enterprises and potentially with certain investors. And at this point in time, we also track some levels of data as far as these companies are concerned. I'll come to some details about that. But the key thing to remember over here is that, sometime around 2006, is when this concept of data actually being, the new oil as a concept really came out, right? And this came up by a mathematician in the UK, a person called Clive Humby, and he coined this phrase, that data is the new oil. He said that, look, oil-based economies are kind of dying out, and data-based companies, the companies that are actually working on data, are the ones that will potentially be in a position to really scale and control the economy as we go forward, right? So this is one of the things that he really talked about. And he was right. In just the last maybe about 15 years or so, data is now a multi-trillion-dollar global economy. Not even a global economy, it's a global industry. And like most trillion-dollar industries, it's already being controlled and exploited by many, not few, by many organizations at this point in time, right? This is one of the key things that we need to start wondering. And some of us might actually start saying that, look, how does it matter? Is it really an important thing to worry about? But when I walk you through certain case studies, that's when you'll realize, what's the kind of impact that data, or us as individuals giving out data without understanding what's the level of data that we are giving out, is actually is it useful to us or not? Use cases as far as data sharing or data is concerned is across multiple industries, right? Whether it is sport or whether it's retail, whether it's transportation, healthcare, insurance, banking, human resources, even in politics, there's lots of cases where people collect data on various people, right? So for example, in retail, it's perhaps one of the things that's most common to all of us. We know that retailers collect information that says, when did you come to that store? What's your credit card number? What's your phone number? What did you buy? So some of those things are something which people collect. Healthcare, for example, people collect information like, what is your last medical checkup? When was your last medical checkup done? What are the results over there? Various things like that. Some of that data is actually shared with people in insurance, in various other cases. So far, so good. I mean, this is not something that should really concern us at this point in time. Okay. The point to remember is this, which is that data by itself is useless. Knowing where you come from, knowing what you bought, knowing how you conducted a certain transaction, whether it was in cash or whether it is by a credit card or whatever, by itself is of no real value. But it's the implication of this, what people can do with the data, which really becomes important, right? More often than not, when this data that you give out to people is used to predict or control or influence your actions, that's when it can become really dangerous, right? And I'll walk you through a situation where this thing has actually happened. Most of you would remember the 2016 American elections, right? And most of you would have read about, the Cambridge Analytica and the Facebook situation, where Facebook actually came out with a very simple app that came out and said that, look, figure out what personality you are. They came up with that particular thing on Facebook. There's a free psychographic measuring tool, and they collected information on various users. Cambridge Analytica actually used that data on millions of people, 87 million people, who were at that point in time undecided on who to vote for, understood their psychographic preferences. So, for example, if someone said that, look, I prefer to work with guns, or I'm a gun supporter, or someone who turned around and said that, look, I am a person who is opposed to immigration of foreigners into the country or something like that, they could very clearly start targeting very specific ads to them. And this is at an individual level, right? Because they understand me as a person, I am now getting very specific content that's based upon what I revealed about myself. I like guns. Hillary Clinton is going to ban guns. If I get that, then I'm going to turn around and say, hey, you know what? I don't think I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton. If I am anti-immigration, I'd be a person who will turn around and say, look, you know what? Hillary Clinton is going to open up the wall, whereas Trump is a person who's going to build that wall, right? A lot of this is based upon established psychographic principles called OCEAN: openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, and this was used to target sometimes false content to people just to get them to swing from one side of the fence to the other. And you know what the result was? In 2016, Donald Trump won, in spite of the fact that the overall population that voted for Hillary Clinton was perhaps higher than the number that voted for Donald Trump, but because of the swing states where they targeted this particular information, they were very clearly able to turn around and say that, hey, you know what? This is the way in which we will work on this. That's one use case. The other use case is this, which is, I'm again primarily talking about, the US at this point in time. But Edward Snowden is no stranger to us. I mean, at this point in time, he's currently based in Russia. He moved out from the US into Russia. He's now what do you call it? I mean, he sought asylum in Russia, and now he's settled in over there. But he revealed that there were close to 58,000 cases of unlawful surveillance of people by Secret Service agencies, not just in the US alone, but from the US, Australia, Canada, France, Germany, whole bunch of countries is what he came up with. And the way in which this information was actually being used was to say that, look, here are people who are, who are behaving suspiciously, therefore start targeting them. only 26 of these were revealed that were published by the Guardian in the UK, and then they were forced to stop by the governments, right? That's a piece that we're talking about over here, right? Now, let me get down to a very basic thing on how data is typically used, right? So there's a ton of data, as you can see on the left-hand side. There's an algorithm that crunches this particular data and then says, look, how is it that this person is going to behave, predict, and then give you something as an action for, doing something over there, right? So, for example, in retail, you look at, what are all the past purchases that you have made. The algorithm then looks at it and says that, most likely this person is going to buy this particular product, right? If I have a history of buying, say, for example, machine tools or something like that, when I go to that particular site, the algorithm knows that, look, most probably this guy is going to go and buy some other machine tool which he doesn't have. And therefore, it gives me an action that says, if you buy it today, we'll deliver it early or we'll give you a discount or something. This is the way in which typically a prediction and a call to action is actually given over there. So this is fine so far, once again. But when demographic data and psychographic data is actually being used, it can lead to a prediction that says, this is how he is likely to behave. And that action could potentially lead to, so for example, there are bits and pieces of data that shows that Black Americans are more likely to behave in a particular way, and therefore it can lead to action by the police that says arrest this person, or by HR that says fire this person. Those are some of the things that typically happen over here, right? Why does this thing happen? Sometimes it's because of wrong data sets that are being used. Sometimes it's because the algorithm is not trained adequately or changed over time, which is important to do over here. But unfortunately, most of the time, this does not happen. What can we do about it is a thing over here, right? I'm going to walk you through a series of steps very quickly that says, and I'm asking you, to mentally ask yourself, saying, when is it that you draw the line over here, right? An online retailer that you regularly go to, is asking for some information about you. Give me your name, give me your email address, credit card, past purchases is something that we are tracking at this point in time, right? Would you draw the line and say, no, I'm not going to reveal this information? More often than not, we do not, right? We now go to the next step that says that the retailer is now sending promotional email and messages on items that they think will be of interest to you. Like I gave the example of, I have, bought machine tools before. Therefore, they're saying, hey, did you know that this particular machine tool is now available at, a much lower price, or, whatever, some of those things. More often than not, we will not draw the line over there also. Okay. Now you start getting information on items that are popular in your neighborhood. In this particular area, mostly people are buying these kind of things. Would you draw the line at that particular state? You have shared your address with them, right? Because they need it for shipping. Would you draw the line over there and say, no, this has gone too far? More often than not, we will not do that, right? Now, interestingly, your neighbor, the same profile as you, he ends up getting a credit card upgrade offer from the same issuer, so same bank or the same credit card issuing company as you, but with a higher limit. Okay, you don't know why. Most probably it's because he's got a better credit history. More often than not, it's perhaps because he's been spending more on the credit card, right? So something like that. Would you draw the line at this stage? Now you turn around and say that, look, your neighbor has got a higher credit card limit. Let me see if I can, write to the same guy and get me a higher limit. Okay. To your surprise, it's turned down. Why? Because like I said, perhaps you've been spending less. And the card company now decides saying that, I don't want to spend too much time with this person because he or she is a low value customer for me. I'd rather focus upon, this guy's neighbor who's perhaps a higher value customer for them, right? Your credit card score is good. Your credit worthiness score is good. Okay. Your credit card issuer has still issued you. You go to another credit card issuer, regretfully declined once again. Will you draw the line at this stage? Because at this point in time, you are now being discriminated against. And this is what most people realize too late. That says, is this the time when you draw the line and say that, look, I'm not going to go to this particular online store or this particular, place where I've been sharing data. This is an example of retail, but if you apply it to literally any other use case, for example, in HR, you could see the potential for discrimination over here. You could see on social media, when you share information, you could see potential for discrimination, right? That's what you're talking about. how do you actually determine what you can do about this is what I really want to spend a little bit of time on, right? There are two steps in this. One is, try and evaluate the what I call the opacity of the algorithm itself that is used. Are you able to figure out from the algorithm that is being used that says, you know what, I don't think they're getting too much data from this. Be very, very careful about this, because sometimes the algorithm is completely non-transparent to you at all. You will not be able to figure it out. So the second step to look at is, what is the potential of the scale of the impact that sharing that data can have. For example, sharing information that says you live in a very specific place could have disastrous implications in terms of various things over there, right? So, and when it's extended across a large population, that's when you'll realize that the scale of that impact can be huge. And that's what the second problem is. The third one that you look at is, check for the potential to damage at scale. That's the third thing that you would look for. Once you have understood this, then you can determine saying that, look, should I share this data with people at all or not? So for example, as a simple example, even on the sites that I visit very regularly for buying items, I do not give them the permission to store my credit card number. I'm happy to go ahead and type that number in all over again. I give them the address. I say, yeah, keep the address, because I don't feel like typing out 15 lines every time I go in over there. I say, save my name, but I'm not going to give you my credit card number. I will use that, and I'm not giving you the permission to store my credit card number, right? That's where I looked at it from this particular perspective, right? That's when you will start determining which is the data that you are willing to share. What is the data that you are willing to share? What are you going to get back in return? For example, by sharing my address, I'm saying, yeah, I will be able to get my, I will be able to spend less time on the site, and I don't need to keep typing in my address again and again and again, right? So as simple as that. That's one of the things over there. That's how you determine where you will draw the line. Do that for every piece of data that you share, including your photographs, including your address, including your full name, your year of birth, whatever that you want to do. Year of birth is again a very scary one, right? In many cases, older folks are not able to get the kind of job offers that they want, primarily because of their age, right? So I can walk you through some of those use cases also. But for data privacy to really work, these are the 7 things that you should really start looking at, right? One is, the critical piece over here is, just one second, is, is it technology agnostic to the extent that, for example, irrespective of the technology that is being used, your data should be completely holistic, should be completely, non-transparent to most of the people that you're talking about. Application should be holistic. It should be applicable to every individual person, right? Who's contributing that piece of data over there. It should be informed consent. You should be told, saying that, look, I'm giving this particular information to you, and this is how this data is going to be used, right? In many cases, for example, when you go to a retail store, again, I'm using retail as an example because more often than not, that's one of the most common cases that we really work with, right? So someone asks you, saying that, look, give me a rating of how this person, how you like this purchase. Or for example, when you travel by, say, an Uber or any one of the other vehicles providers who are there, you'll give some information that says, how do you rate this person? All right. Check and see if that is going to be used to reward or punish that person. In many cases, it's punish. So sometimes I do not even give feedback on that person, primarily because I say that, look, if it's good feedback, I give them good feedback. But if it's bad feedback, I never give them that bad feedback on that driver, because I say that, look, it could potentially lead to a distressing situation for that driver, right? Minimal data is what should be needed. The person who controls that data should be accountable for this. The second part, the sixth part, is that there should be structured enforcement of this particular thing that says that, look, is that data sharing actually being enforced or not, or the data privacy is actually being enforced or not. Finally, I feel that there should be deterrent penalties wherever situations like this are exposed to light. With that, I'm going to stop over here. Thank you so much for having me. And I hope this was useful.
Thank you so much, Mr. Guhesh, for that wonderful session. I think you're doing an amazing job by working with startups across the globe. And as you rightly said, we are not aware that we are being exploited by the companies using our data. I'm sure our listeners will start thinking about this, whatever they do after the session. Looking forward to more interactions with you. Thank you so much. Next, we have a session by Ms. Rebecca Bakare. She is going to talk about driving equality of opportunity along the supply chain sustainability for African food companies. Ms. Rebecca is the founder and CEO of Mama Creation Foods, North America and South Africa. Over to you, Rebecca, for your session. Ms. Rebecca. Ms. Rebecca, are you there? I can see you there. Tech team, is Rebecca joining us? Can we move on to the next speaker?
No, Sijin.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. Sorry for the delay. I just had like a technical issue right now. Let's see if I can resolve that. Can the next speaker come on while I resolve this issue? If that is okay.
Let me check. Is the next speaker on? Fits. Give me a moment.
Hi, Aparna.
Give me a moment, just a moment. Is that Fetso? Are you on? Fetso, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, give me a moment. I'll give you a short intro. Yes, now let's move on to the next session before Rebecca gets back. Next, we have a session on delivering growth in the workplace through diversity and inclusion by Fetso Sowe, founder, Botswana Women Leading Circle. Over to you, Fetso, for your session.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, depending where you are in the world. It's so wonderful to be here. The summit kicked off on a very high note yesterday, and it has been a great pleasure, listening to all of you, to the wise words shared by the speakers here today and yesterday, and learning so much from them. I take this opportunity to thank you, Aparna, and Santosh as well. Without you, it would have not been possible for us to pull out such a successful and incredible event. So let me share my screen. All righty. Is it visible, that side?
Yes, perfect.
Awesome. So my presentation will be about delivering growth and growth in the workplace through diversity and inclusion. Before we start, I would like to highlight the relationship between leadership and sustainability. For me, the relationship between leadership and sustainable development is a very important one, because there is no development without leadership, especially in the social, human, and cultural dimension. Developing sustainable leadership means to embrace sustainable practices and the triple bottom line concept. Sustainable leadership means that we are mindful, as leaders, we are mindful of our actions and behaviors, embracing a global worldview to recognize the connection between the planet and humanity, thereby, through personal and organizational choices, effects positive environmental and social change. Increasing diversity and inclusion across leadership has been a very loud and clear call for some time. Could it help to fire the engine, to awaken business growth and produce more stable and productive businesses? My answer is a booming yes. Business needs inclusion and diversity as at its heart to overcome new challenges. In the current climate of uncertainty brought about the pandemic by COVID-19 and the looming global recession, diversity and inclusion could prove to be the solution to stability and growth in the difficult times ahead. To create a diverse and inclusive environment, it is important for us to have a clear understanding of what diversity and inclusion mean in the context of the workplace. So diversity, as shown on my screen, is the representation of a range of traits, characteristics, and experiences in a company's workforce. These characteristics include gender, race, physical ability, religion, age, education, and socioeconomic status, among others. Some of these traits and characteristics are physically visible, while others are not. Diversity really extends to anything that makes you unique. While inclusion, on the other side, is when those differences are valued and supported, and the barriers in the workplace are removed that would prevent anyone, any person, from reaching their full potential in the workplace. True inclusion celebrates all factors of diversity and enables everyone in the company, in the organization, to perform at their best in a safe, supportive environment. A company's workforce may be diverse, but if employees do not feel safe and welcomed, respected, and valued, that company is not inclusive at all. A key takeaway here that I would like to share with you is, in the workplace, diversity means having people with a variety of skills, races, genders, and more present in your workforce. And that speaks to the what. While inclusion means providing a safe and supportive environment for all, and that speaks to the how. So diversity speaks to the what, and inclusion speaks to the how. So let's look at the various ways in which inclusion and diversity leads to organizational growth. There has been research over time, done by various companies like McKinsey, which really tells us, informs us, and shows us statistics, what happens to the financial aspect of an organization when it embraces diversity and inclusion. And the very first one of the biggest advantage is better financial returns. New research makes it increasingly clear that companies with a more diverse workforce performs better financially. A McKinsey study that I came across while I was doing my research found that diverse and inclusive environments have a 33% increase in performance compared to their peers. That's a staggering 33%. Another one that I came across is diversity and inclusion drives innovation. When we collaborate and come together like we have done, in our cause currently, we, with different backgrounds and different thought processes, when we work together, we stimulate one another's minds in ways that like-minded people cannot. And I've seen that and read that from a neurological perspective, the human body creates hormones and energy that elevate mental performance in a diverse group. One creative idea sparks another and another. Companies with higher than average diversity has 19% higher innovation revenues, 19%. And another one is advantage when companies embrace diversity and inclusion is attracting and retaining talent. According to one company, Glassdoor, diversity, there was a survey, I think, done in 2020, diversity hiring survey, 67% of millennials and Gen Z employees value diversity when considering employment opportunities. That is the current generation. They value companies which are more diverse and which are inclusive. The Society of Human Resource Management found that 1 in 5 workers have left their job because of the workplace culture. And the cost is at a staggering $223 billion US. Employees who feel that they are accepted and appreciated for who they are, no matter the gender, no matter the age, perspective, or sexual orientation, are happier and thus likely to leave the organization. And I believe that you have also felt like that, within your own space where you feel welcome, where you feel like your opinions matter, you feel more inclusive, you feel that you are part of the bigger organization. And then the last one is better performance and greater productivity. According to an executive briefing by the Society of Human Resources, research shows that generational diversity can improve organizational performance. It also shows that HR practices that improve the age diversity climate in a company can potentially further improve that performance. According to the same briefing, both older and younger workers are more productive in companies with mixed age work teams. So we should not fear when younger leaders join our organizations. We should not think that they are coming there to steal our jobs, to take away our jobs. As older leaders with more experience, let us welcome them as the mixture of us older and younger workers, creates a more productive climate within that organization. So maybe, one would wonder, why now is it the time for change? As the pandemic shifts economic realities for many companies and forces businesses to pivot dramatically, workforce needs will also continue to change. It's year 2022. Our workforce will definitely be different when we are in the year 2025 and 2030. Yes. So as leaders, we should be using this time to understand these needs and reconfigure diversity and inclusion programs to meet the changing work environment. We need to go back, take a step back, and reconfigure the programs that we currently have so that they are meeting the current needs of the society. Survey leaders position diversity and inclusion programs as strategic assets in both good times and bad times. This is very crucial to the ongoing financial performance of your organization. So that is very important that we do not leave anyone behind. So as a leader, you may be wondering, okay, what could be some of the activities or examples that I can give you, to improve diversity and inclusion in your environment, in your workspace. We have already identified what the difference is between diversity and inclusion and how D&I lead to organizational success. So I would like for us to have a look at a few examples that I have myself have practiced. It's something that I have done, easy to implement diversity and inclusion activities that celebrate employee differences. So number one is learn what shaped people in your team. That's one thing that I have practiced as a leader, is to have created a safe space to learn about my team's background, what has been vital in shaping their lives, more especially in this pandemic time. 2020 came as a shock to everyone, and it was very critical for you as a leader to have been present and get to engage with your employees. Doing this as a group allows employees to learn new things about each other that otherwise might not come up. Being open, honest, and is a great way to form bonds and increase empathy and improve relationships. Aparna, I hope I'm audible because I'm getting a message this side that my internet is unstable.
No, I'm able to hear.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful, great. And it's very important that as a leader, you also take part during this activity. Don't just allow your employees to share without you sharing your vulnerable moments, share your story as well. Number 2 is find out how employees feel. Employees live and have lives, rather. Employees have lives and experiences outside of the office. And it's simply recognizing that and encouraging people to feel comfortable sharing builds inclusion, because it makes it okay for everyone to be themselves. So you need to encourage people to share openly. And obviously before that, as a leader, you need to create a safe space, an environment where everyone would feel welcome. Not only, oh yes, and my next point is allow your team members to bring food, share meals. What a better way to unite people and celebrate diversity than with food? Organize breakfast, lunch, a snack, whatever it is, and ask your employees to bring in homemade dishes from or inspired by their culture and heritage. Not only does this kind of activity offer a great opportunity to taste all kinds of food, of delicious food, but it also gives employees a chance to share and connect on a different level. Another activity that has worked for me is rotating meeting leads. A lack of diverse leadership is a major problem in many workplaces. Rotating meeting leads gives employees equal experience in guiding meetings and sharing perspectives, and gets team members familiar with respecting each other as authorities. So those are some of the activities that I wanted to share with you. Very easy, simple activities that you can start implementing right away within your organization to increase diversity and inclusion. And yeah, that's about it. When it comes to diversity versus inclusion, we know that the latter is crucial if you want the former to work. We also know that organizations that manage to make the diversity and inclusion efforts work benefit from better financial results, a higher degree of innovation, improved employee retention. And of course, building an inclusive culture is not something that can be done overnight. The examples that I just gave you in the activities that I just gave you in the workplace listed, you can use them in the workplace. However, you need to make sure that you add other valuable tools along the way, like branches of a tree. Each of us supports and reinforces the other in a dynamic and solid interconnection. So the focus here is not on the comprehensive listing of all possible skills and functions of a sustainable leader, but rather on our interconnectivity of our abilities and how each one of us can strengthen other parts of the communities that we are in. So I encourage you, my leaders, to be willing and ready to go first and involve. So we can continue the conversation on LinkedIn, but that's it from me. And thank you once again, Apana and Santosh. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fitso. That was a very informative session on diversity and inclusion. Thank you for letting us know that accepting diversity and inclusion is crucial. And as you said, this is the right time to change, and accepting D&I can really improve organizational performance and ultimately lead to organizational success. Thank you so much for joining us today. Don't just talk about it, do it. Let's listen to another powerful session on gender equality, diversity and inclusion, UNSDG 5 by Sucheta Acharya.
Can you just close this PPT? Yes, thank you.
By Sucheta Acharya, CEO, Saukhya Enterprises. Over to you, Sucheta, for your session. Don't just talk about it, do it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aparna. Thank you so much, Santosh, for having me on this beautiful platform. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, I also have prepared such a presentation for this platform, but now I'm not giving you a presentation. I'm having a conversation with you all here. Few days back, actually, around 3 or 4 years back, I have started my company, which is called as Saukhya Enterprises. We Indians call Bhumata, that is Mother Earth. The reason is she provides us a very base of living, the platform, the shelter, the water, the food, that is a nutritious food, and much more. The Indian culture defines the glory of Bhumata as Vishwaswam Mataram Aushadhinam Dhruvam Bhumim Prithivim Dharmada Dhritam Shivam Sonya Mahu Charema Vishwaha. That means my salutations to Mother Earth, who holds the precious nutritional medicinal plants which helps all being to follow the path of righteousness. The verse of the Veda clearly points out the connection to be maintained between the woman, the nutritious food, and righteousness. It's incredible, isn't it? The energy of woman is undeniable. She stands up for her family, for her people, and in most adverse situations. And we all experience this during the pandemic conditions. Gender equality, ladies and gentlemen, is in the mind. It's not the process or something like that. It's all about how you see a woman, a weak creature who gives birth and can enjoy for the self-satisfaction and at the same time can be treated as a personal servant. Or you see a woman with divine qualities of feeding, nurturing your progeny with lots of love and affection, who's full of energy, spends all her time working for the betterment of the family people, and who also has the inborn talent of basic management principle of minimum resources and maximum results, who always believes and works towards saving a penny for the rainy day, who teaches her babies, her kids to imbibe good habits, teaches them to be a good human being, teaches them to follow the path of love, non-violence, and teaches them to respect the nature and many more. I'm talking about the UN Social Development, Sustainability Development topic here, the gender equality. I extensively work at the grassroots level to make women stand on their own, making them understand why financial independence is so important for them. I not only preach, I do it. And during this journey, I actually help many of them to start in small and grow slowly. My own enterprise is a complete woman enterprise. I have women at all levels, and that too, 90% of them are single women. And even in the leadership position, I have them. Coming from very humble background, I was taught about pains and suffering the people go through day-to-day life by my parents, which made me and my siblings understand and feel the pain. I decided to eradicate this in my own way. As a mother of 2 daughters, I gave a high-profile job of professor in professional institutions and one MNC in financial sector also. I believe that the bringing up my daughter was more important than pursuing my high-paying career. When my first daughter was born, I tried to provide the best clothing and beddings, but I was noticing some kind of rashes on the baby's skin, leaving the baby irritated all the time. We concerned parents visited the doctor, a well-known pediatrician in Mumbai. He told the bedding of the baby was to be replaced, and asked us to use only the cotton beddings for the baby. We searched for the cotton beddings, and all the beddings and the quilts were covered with the cotton fabric, but the stuffing inside was synthetic fiber, and there the baby prints was ideated. I started in a small way, employed first woman, a divorcee with 2 kids, and who was still going through a big torture by her ex-husband and was staying with her stepbrother. Today, I support 250 women directly, indirectly, and help another 500 women entrepreneurs through my mentorship, business mentorship, starting their journey as the entrepreneurship during the pandemic, just to support their family financially. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of Indian Constitution, says, I measure the progress of a community by the degree of the progress which women have achieved. I follow that. How can we make the woman achieve what they want? There's simple things actually, allow her to express her thoughts, allow her to showcase her skills, allow her to work outside her kitchen and home, allow her individuality to flourish, allow her to earn more knowledge, allow the girl child to learn at schools and universities, make sure they're attending the classes, allow her to follow their dreams and help her reach the destination she dreamt of, allow her financial independence, allow her the financial management, create opportunities for her, make her path, her path to success simpler, shoulder her responsibilities, guide her and extend a helping hand where she gets stuck up, celebrate her existence, protect her from the abuses and insults from the outsiders, be a strong emotional support to her, allow her to shine. And this is what exactly we are doing and trying to do at Soukya. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to make in the society. As the promoter of the enterprise, I decided to provide employment to women only, that to those who never got exposure, whose life was dependent on others, who were facing the social and the physical abuse. I tried to take a small step towards this change, of to bring up the social status of this woman. As an employer, you have the limitations of how many people you can recruit on payroll, but there is no restriction on how many people you can appoint for reselling your products. I did that. I started passing on the maximum benefits to the women resellers. We not only provide the women the sources of income, we also make it sure that they manage their finances to the maximum. We conduct workshops on personal finance management for the entire team on regular basis. We make sure that the kids of our team are enrolled in the schools. We conduct expert talks on the career guidance on the high school going kids and their mothers also, so that the kid and the mother could have an equal understanding of the career path they choose. We celebrate the festivals. This we started doing because few of our staff members were restricted by the family and the society on celebrations as they were single mothers or widows. We make sure that we take a day off from our work, spend it together at our own premises, but we do not talk about the work. We talk about everything else under the sun, but for the work, like their hobbies, their interests. We try to make sure that they share their problems. We make sure that they get some solutions. It's nothing, just a small helping hand they require here. So can we take a pledge today that we will do our part in eradicating this social curse? Can we take the pledge today that we would employ at least 30% of the women total workforce as the woman? Can we take a pledge that we provide 30% of available opportunities to women leaders to lead the boards of the enterprise? Can we take the pledge to respect woman, her smile, her laughter, her thought process, her being there as she is? If you can, you're making a big difference in gender equality. I have set a target for myself, making an impact on 5,000 women entrepreneurs, being a business mentor, bringing up their business from B2C level to B2B level. And being a businesswoman, I also feel that we should not have any wastages to save our Mother Earth. Our manufacturing unit is completely wastage free. You heard it right, ladies and gentlemen. We are zero wastage manufacturing company. And this is how our team actually beautifully creates a dreamland for babies and kids across the world. I'm proud owner of the brand Baby Friends. I'm proud owner of the enterprise Soukya. Just enjoy this little video by our own people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aparna, and again, Santosh. I also want to mention that this beautiful video was created by daughter of one of my employee, and she herself took the interest to make it. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Suchita, for that excellent session. We know whatever you spoke is from the heart, and you practice what you preach. Your session really gave me goosebumps, and I'm sure our listeners too will surely think about taking some action on whatever you said. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your real life experience with us. The gift of entrepreneurship and sustainable development goals to eradicate poverty everywhere. Focusing on SDG 1, Ambassador Dr. Kimberly Grant-Bino, CEO at the Economic Hub USA, is going to talk about this topic next. Over to you, Dr. Kimberly, for your session.
Hello. I'm getting ready to put myself on here. There we are.
Perfect. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to first acknowledge Santosh Aparna for this wonderful, amazing, exciting Global Finance Council Summit 2022. I'm just so humbled and honored to be a part of this summit. It's dear to my heart. Some of the things that has been shared in your initiative has really spoken to my heart, and I believe that this is why I'm here today to collaborate with this effort. I love the mission where you talk about you want to promote sustainable business models and best practices to the worldwide creation of new industry over the medium and long term. That's me. I'm a person for creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Well, my name is Dr. Kimberly Grant-Bino. I'm the Innovation Officer for the Economic Hub. The Economic Hub is a new emerging business venture that was birthed during the global pandemic. We came as a solution to answering the economic crisis, and part of that is joining alongside in collaboration with the United Nations to end and eradicate poverty. I'm going to be talking about the gift of entrepreneurship for sustainable development to eradicate poverty. I believe entrepreneurship is a gift from God. I believe He gives us talents, He gives us gifts, He gives us the ability to produce wealth. And I believe through the gift of entrepreneurship, it provides us the opportunity of financial freedom. But unfortunately, there are many people who are struggling who do not have the benefit of financial freedom. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today in working on this initiative, this SDG 1 goal to eradicate poverty everywhere. According to the United Nations, it says globally, The number of people living in extreme poverty declined from 36% in 1990 to 10% in 2015. But the pace of change decelerated after COVID-19 crisis. Risk reverse decades of poverty. We realized that during 2020, with the hit of the health pandemic and economic crisis, the first thing many people had to do was they had to stop business as usual. They had to leave jobs, places of employment, because the world was shutting down due to the pandemic. So we were all challenged to go and do our business in our homes. That was a good thing for many people, but it wasn't so good for most of the population, because there were many people who really didn't have homes to go to. And we're going to talk about some of the issues that poverty brings in destroying families. It destroys vision. It gives you less hope to dream, because you're dealing with financial issues. And how entrepreneurship is a gift is because it gives us the creative ability to innovate and to create. And I believe that that is what the next phase of my life is geared towards, is to really promote more creativity and innovation. And I believe that that was where the economic hub was birthed. It was birthed through being that answer to the problem of our economy. I believe we answered that too. First, let me just talk a little bit about what the Economic Hub is. The Economic Hub is an organization that was birthed through the global pandemic. We're affordable gateway and global initiative to creativity and innovation. We're here to help those who have a dream of starting entrepreneurship. It's to help them to bring out the creativity and the innovation to start a business. I've been working in the not-for-profit sector for over 21 years, and I've been serving and working with underserved and disadvantaged communities. And where most of the problems come in underserved and disadvantaged communities is they lack the resources that are needed for a thriving community, for a thriving business. And so part of our faith-based community Economic Development Corporation, we brought in resources to help and promote more small business enterprises, to promote economic empowerment and financial literacy education. And I believe that when you're dealing with poverty, you lack the resources that are needed to get you to the next point or the next phase of your life. And I believe sustainable development is so important for economic growth. When you start a business, how do you sustain it? How do you manage it? And when we go back to the global pandemic, there were many people who feared where the incomes were going to come from, where the monies were going to come from to help to provide the financial needs of taking care of their families. So many of us were left in this crisis, this financial dilemma, and we had to really go and pull within our creative being. My mentor, the Dr. Miles Monroe, the late Miles Monroe, he said it like this. He said, crisis is the incubator for creativity and innovation. Crisis is the incubator for creativity and innovation. Many times when you're going through a crisis, as we were in 2020, the first thing we do, like I was saying before, is we panic. We panic as to what is going to happen next, how we're going to take care of our family, how we're going to put food on the table. And that is where the statistics come in from the SDG 1 initiative in ending poverty, because many people are now still recuperating and bounding from the pandemic due to the loss of income, due to some people lost their homes, some cars were repossessed, Some people lost their businesses. So what it did was it left many people in a state of not having hope. And so I believe that this Global Founders Council Summit is such a great initiative and a great tool to help to bring hope again and bringing strong partnerships and collaborations like many of us are up here today in providing the resources and the tools that are needed for people to sustain and to go into entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship brings financial freedom. It brings generational wealth. It provides you an opportunity to build legacy, to leave an inheritance for your children and for your children's children, for generations to come. And so it's so important for us to embrace the spirit of entrepreneurship and help promote and support small businesses. You know, many people say that when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. And me being a woman, coming out of poverty, living with a family years ago who were working class, working good jobs, but they struggled financially, even working 2 good jobs. And many people today still find that that's the same problem that they're dealing with. Not enough pay, salary. Women, that's where gender equality comes in, because women get paid less than men. And so it's so important for us as we move forward into this sustainability and economic empowerment and small business and entrepreneur development. It's really having a cutting edge for entrepreneurship, because I believe that this is the time that a lot of businesses are being birthed for entrepreneurship. A lot of people want to start their own businesses. And I believe that we have a great opportunity to be able to provide them with the tools that is necessary to start and launch those businesses. So I believe that strong collaborations like this, like the Global Founders Council Summit with GCPIT, is a great start to getting on cutting edge entrepreneurship development, small business enterprise, and also working alongside in financial literacy education. And so I believe entrepreneurship is the answer to what we're dealing with economically, globally throughout the world. I believe it's using the God-given gifts and talents that's on the inside of us to create and to innovate and use that for the gift of entrepreneurship. It is indeed a gift because it helps us to create the ability to produce wealth, because without business, without small businesses, our economy cannot be prosperous. And so we need more businesses. We need more people to dream bigger, to come outside of their comfort zones and come into a zone of freedom and liberty of entrepreneurship so we can eradicate poverty. And it's through creating more jobs. It's creating, using our ability to dream again, to believe again, to have hope again. And so I believe that this is a great initiative and moving forward that we need to garnish, and we need to bring more people on board to be a part of forward moving into the next for 2030 and sustainable development goals. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide my heart today. I didn't come with a slide. I did have one prepared, but I felt that I wanted to speak more from my heart and where my passion lies in ending poverty through innovation, creativity, and the gift of entrepreneurship. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kimberly, for that high energy session. As you said, entrepreneurship is a gift from God, and it helps us dream big and build a financial legacy and help others. Let's embrace the spirit of entrepreneurship, as you said, and let us support more small businesses, especially women-led businesses, to support SDG 1 and empower. Thank you so much. I think you are doing an amazing job through the Economic Hub.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kimberly. Now we have Ms. Rebecca Bakare back. She's going to talk about driving equality of opportunity along the supply chain, sustainability for African food companies. Rebecca is the founder and CEO of Mama's Creation Foods, North America and South Africa. Over to you, Rebecca, for your session.
So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning. Apologies for the earlier glitch. So I'm just going to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, we are able to see, but
Okay.
your video is off. You're off video.
Let's see. Okay. Without no further delay, so my name is Rebecca Bakare. I'm the founder and CEO of Mama's Creation Foods, which is an African health food company, as well as a social enterprise that offers nutrient-dense food products that makes it easier and convenient for people to support their well-being, nourish themselves with African botanicals. So today, I'm going to be talking about how why we are driving equality of opportunity for women along our supply chain at Mama's Creation Foods. So to begin with, I'll be going over how sustainability in the form of equality of opportunities for women in African agriculture is essential for business success, especially for an African food company. I'll be talking about this.
Rebecca, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you switch on your video?
There's an issue with the video, and I don't want to.
No problem.
Yes, I don't want to delay people further. So talking about this using two perspectives, the supply chain perspective and the consumer perspective. Then I'm also going to talk about some of the practices that I've put in place to ensure the Mama's Creation Foods is embracing sustainability while also communicating that effectively with its stakeholders, especially customers. So the reality for us at Mama's Creation Foods and most food companies is the fact that when women in African agriculture lack adequate opportunity to develop resilient livelihoods for themselves, supply chain instability thrives. So these women are often the custodians of a lot of nutrient-dense crops that one can find across Africa. However, they have restricted access to markets for these crops. They often receive little to no economic reward for the crops, and as a result, they are found often cultivating these nutrient-dense crops like hibiscus, like fonio, like moringa on a subsistence basis. So as an African food company whose main inputs are nutrient-dense African crops, it is not only a moral imperative for us to ensure that women in African agriculture are able to realize their full potential of cultivating the crops that we need, but it is also a business imperative. It is a business imperative in a sense that it allows us to avoid inadequate supply of the raw ingredients that we need to manufacture our product on a sustainable basis. So how are we doing creating equality of opportunities for women in our supply chain at Mama's Creation Foods? Essentially, we are leveraging ethical sourcing and direct engagement with our stakeholders on the supply side. So first, in order to create a network of suppliers, we engage directly with women farmers, producers, as well as grassroots organizations that embrace transparency. Second, we prioritize local value addition to nutrient-dense crops and actually engage women in this process so as not just create access to premium markets for the women, but also involve them in the segment of the agricultural value chain that is lucrative. Third, we compensate these women fairly for all the ingredients that we source from them. So each year we actually sit down together to set a price at which we're going to source our ingredients from them for the duration of 1 year. As a result of these practices, Mama's Creation Foods is able to create incentives for women in African agriculture to move from cultivating nutrient-dense crops on a subsistence basis to a sustainable commercial basis. And this leads me to one of the other reasons why it is a business imperative, a moral imperative for African food companies or any food company whose primary inputs African agriculture produce to create opportunities for women in African agriculture. Climate change. So there are several reports that have indicated that smallholder farmers across Africa are one of the groups that are most vulnerable to the effect of climate change. And over the past 5 years, the world has witnessed these women bear the brunt, both women and men bear the brunt of the climate crisis and the form of infestation of diseases and pests like the desert locust in East Africa, to irregular rain patterns that lead to droughts in some areas of Africa and floods in other areas. So currently in African agriculture, report shows that women are burdened with inequitable access to resources for profitable agriculture. And without intervention, this same inequality will actually play out in terms of this women's access to programs that would support the transition to sustainable agriculture. In the face of the climate threat, this inequality that is based on gender has a huge potential to disrupt the supply of crops that are unfortunately termed women's crops, crops like fonio, crops like hibiscus, crops like moringa, that women across Africa are mostly found cultivating. And with this disruption, it will become difficult for food companies, be it the ones in Africa or the ones outside Africa that are dependent on the agricultural produce that women in Africa cultivate. It will become difficult for them to manage their inventory levels, which would most likely lead to lost sales opportunity. So this is the reason why at Mama's Creation Foods, we believe that creating equal access to opportunities for women in Africa agriculture is actually the only way forward. So from the onset, I was intentional about creating a network of partners that includes grassroots organizations like GCPIT 2050, who have expertise in the provision of sustainable agricultural training. And these organizations are actually mission aligned through the application of a gender lens to the provision of their services. As a result of these partnerships, Mama's Creation Foods is positioned to not only generate profits, long-term profitability, but also impact. And this includes supporting the transition of women in African agriculture to resilient agricultural practices. We are also able to support these women in creating resilient livelihoods for themselves. And as a result, we're able to have a diverse network of women suppliers that are at different stages of the transition to sustainable agriculture. Consequently, we're able to minimize the supply chain risks that Mama's Creation Foods could face in the future and even in the nearest future due to climate shocks and possible economic shocks. So aside from the supply side reasons that African food companies in general have to ensure that they're creating equality of opportunities for people regardless of their gender, they also have consumer side reasons. So a case in point are the demand from millennials and Gen Zs who are already driving consumer activism and aligning their purchases, their consumptions with ethical values, as well as sustainability values. These consumer groups are actually pushing brands to embrace authenticity, to be transparent when it comes to their sourcing practices, and most importantly, to take a stance on social and environmental issues. Millennials and Gen Z are also willing to actually pay more for sustainability. So a recent report shows that 54% of consumers across the world are willing to pay a premium for products that are produced in a sustainable manner. And it's not even just about one-time purchases. As a recent study by Deloitte shows that 36% of millennials indicated that they've actually increased their relationship with businesses due to such businesses' ethical sourcing practices. So it's actually not just enough for a company to have ethical sourcing practices or to be sustainable. It also has to communicate that effectively with the stakeholders. Data actually shows that this is the case in point in terms of the Canadian market, as 33% of Canadians indicated that they're actually willing to pay more to support brands that they know have ethical and sustainability practices that benefits the environment as well as people. So how does a company ensure that it is engaging with its customers in a way that allows them to know that it is sustainable? I think one of the important practices is to set clear sustainability commitments that are interrelated. And then such company can show customers and stakeholders how it is implementing these commitments across its operations. So for us at Mama's Creation Foods, we are leveraging 3 strategies. So the first one is, as a founder, I ensure that I lead with authenticity by sharing how the sustainability values that we are implementing at Mama's Creation Foods are related to my own lived experiences. Second, we leverage our product packaging to give customers insight into our supply chain. So when a customer actually picks up our product for the first time, they're able to gain insight into our sourcing practices and also have the option to go to a page on our website where they learn more about our women suppliers. And the most important strategy is the fact that we are sharing our impact stories that focus on the impact that our women suppliers are able to generate because they themselves are empowered. Through these 3 strategies, Mama's Creation Foods is able to generate brand loyalty from existing customers while positioning itself to attract new ones. We are also able to give our women suppliers visibility that further incentivizes them to create more impact in their own communities. So over the past 10 months since we started sourcing from different women in different African countries, I have noticed this impact generation play out, specifically with 2 of our women suppliers. So meet Brenda and Kelechi. Brenda is based in northern Zimbabwe. And due to our partnership, Brenda has not only grown a social circle by interacting and working with other women in our community, she has also been able to sell other baobab fruit-based products that she's been able to produce due to our work in the baobab fruit supply chain. Brenda has also been able to learn how to produce baobab powder in an hygienic way, and she has gone ahead to train 7 other women when it comes to baobab production, and she's providing jobs for all of these women. So with the resources that these women are able to get from the jobs, they're able to send their children to school, among other things. Then we have Kelechi, who is based in northern Nigeria. Kelechi has been able to train and employ 5 more women in our business, which is value addition agribusiness based in northern Nigeria. She's also able to deepen our relationship with other women in our community due to the impact that she's generating within that community. And lastly, she's been able to expand her business by naturally processing and selling 6 more nutritious crops that we are sourcing from her, and that she's also able to sell within our local markets. So essentially, I do believe that sustainability is not only a moral imperative, it is actually very important. It is essential for business success for companies that are based in our food supply chain. So at Mama's Creation Foods, because we are creating opportunities for women along our supply chain, and even across our operations, we are better positioned to ensure supply chain stability against climate risk and economic shocks. We are also well positioned to meet customer demand, and most importantly, position ourselves for long-term business growth and profitability. And an important part of all of this impact that we've been able to generate is partnerships. I believe that partnerships are crucial for any large-scale impact realization. And this is the same in the sense of a large-scale adoption of sustainable business models within Africa and beyond. Thank you so much for your patience and for the time you've taken to listen to how we're driving equality of opportunities for women along our supply chain and mama aspiration foods. I look forward to collaborating with like-minded individuals and organizations who are focused on creating opportunities for women in our food supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, for that excellent session and sharing your experience in Mama's Creation Foods. It was really interesting to know that Gen Z is ready to pay more to support ethical brands. And this shows that they care about the environment more than us. And it also gives us hope for the future. Thank you for joining us today and for that excellent session.
Thank you so much, Sana, partner.
The road to SDGs in Africa, is it a dirt road or paved for success? Next, we have this powerful session by Yevi Madurai. Yevi Madurai is the founder and executive director, Pan-African Business Women's Association, South Africa. Over to you, Yevi Madurai, for your session.
Thank you, Aparna. I hope you're well. I just wanted to start over. I wanted to share my screen, but we'll try that now. So to the amazing Better World Warriors, that is Santosh and Aparna from GCPIT, thank you for creating this wonderful network and platform of the Global Founders Summit. So as Aparna said, I'm Yavi Madurai. I'm the Executive Director of PAPWA, the Pan-African think tank for economic transformation of Africa. I'm also the co-founder of Partner with Africa, which focuses on driving infrastructure and economic development of Africa for a better world, because Africa is the future of the whole world. So today I'm privileged to speak on the Sustainable Development Goals Progress in Africa, and I titled it, is it, like Aparna was saying, is the road to the SDGs a dirt road, or is it paved for success, with a specific focus on infrastructure development in respect of the SDGs? But to answer my own question, here's just a bit of an analysis before I get into the Partner with Africa. Here's just a bit of an analysis on where we are at in terms of Africa. Besides the 2030 agenda, all 55 African countries that are member states of the African Union have committed to implement the African Union's Agenda of 2063, which is both a vision and a plan to build a more prosperous Africa in 50 years towards a self-sustainable continent that is emancipated from aid, which almost seems impossible most days. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals acknowledges the importance of the AU Agenda 2063, and what has been decided across the continent and with the United Nations is that these two will be integrated and becomes an integral part of each other, so that they formulate almost a joint road for us to be able to take and journey towards as we drive both the SDGs and Agenda 2063. So Africa has made some progress on the integrated goals, as many African countries have taken various steps to translate the ambitions articulated in the 2030 Agenda into tangible outcomes, because as we know, tangibility is more important than just talk, as we know. So they are beginning with integrating the SDGs into national visions and plans across the continent. You'll hear about NDPs or national development plans. I just want to give you a brief outline of what that looks like across the continent. And I'm not going to go through all 55, I promise. I'm just going to give you kind of some highlights over the last couple of years. So Angola, Ethiopia, and South Africa, they have each articulated the SDGs in their respective NDPs, and have created support and awareness mechanisms to be able to drive that awareness around the SDGs to all, to across their respective nations. Uganda was one of the first countries to develop its national development plan way back when in 2015 and create SDGs as the center. And its government estimates that 70% of the SDG targets are reflected in their national development plan and growing. The governments of Sierra Leone, Uganda, Madagascar, and Togo have all volunteered to conduct national reviews of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. In 2016, actually, and it hasn't been held again, it probably will be held soon now after COVID, but in 2016, in July, each of these countries presented their respective reports at the UN High-Level Political Forum. And as you know, it's a follow-up and review of the Agenda 2063, Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, and provides policy guidance to countries for the implementation of goals. Liberia has created what they call, because Liberia is a fragile state and applies the New Deal principles, they have created their roadmap in terms of 2063 and 2030. Cabo Verde as a government convened an international conference on the SDGs in 2015, and they plan to hold their next one in 2023. Mauritania holds consistent national networks across the country to be able to provide tools and methodology for mainstreaming the SDGs into Mauritania's new strategy. Rwanda finally has created the SDG Center for Africa on behalf of the African Union, which ensures that the SDGs are placed at the heart of the African Union's agenda, and have created a dashboard for monitoring and evaluation of the SDGs against deadline. But I want everyone to bear something in mind, and I don't think that this is spoken about enough. There's so much focus on the SDGs in the developing world that we sometimes forget that the developing world is not necessarily completely responsible for the damage or destruction, shall I put it. So something to bear in mind is that, and I'm going to speak for Africa now, is that Africa's focus on the SDGs is more about infrastructure, growth, and creating a better life. If you look across the 17 goals, because for the continent's 1.3 billion people, there is very little that has been done in terms of that. Because the whole continent of Africa, the entire continent of Africa that holds 1.3 billion people, is only responsible for responsible for only 3.8% of the global greenhouse gas emissions in the world. It is the smallest in the world as compared to China's 23%, the US is 19%, 13% in the European Union. So to repair or create reparation aspects to the goals for Africa would be futile. If anything, we need to move more from awareness to delivery on tangibles in terms of policy creation and incentives for that infrastructure development and growth. In terms of the SDGs not being met in Africa, though, this is where things start falling apart, because Africa has the land to feed the world. If the Russian/Ukrainian war hasn't taught us our reliance on European Union in terms of food, this is now what it is teaching us, basically, in terms of us being able to use the land that we have available to us to be able to not just supply food to ourselves, but food to the world, and to do so in a sustainable way. Both of the previous speakers before me spoke about sustainability in terms of agriculture, and that is exactly where Africa sits, because it has the capacity to feed the world. But then the world has to help Africa be able to develop in such a way that we are able to deliver on the benchmarks, on the goals, and being able to deliver on the demand in terms of that. Climate change in agriculture obviously disproportionately affects women and youth the most in Africa, because they are the largest segment of small-scale farmers. And this then has a direct impact on food supply, food security, and so on. This relates to the lack of infrastructure development in Africa as a lasting outcome of the effects of colonization, and unfortunately continuing neocolonialism in Africa, and particularly in Africa being highly vulnerable to that. So COVID did happen. We know this, we understand what has happened with COVID. And while the disease itself in Africa did not impact the humans directly in terms of, how we had large numbers, but nowhere near as the rest of the world, but it ravaged, it devastated our already fragile economies. And therefore, economic reconstruction and recovery plans must and should include the SDGs as the center of its rollout. And in that way, we build back better. So to quote a line from a famous song, Africa has 99 problems, but while greenhouse gas emissions cannot be laid at our door, Africa meeting its 2030 deadline definitely is not paid for success, but neither is it a dirt road. Probably a tarred road with many potholes. And without these roads being fixed, the last frontier that Africa is known as, because we're known as the last frontier, will not be able to deliver on a journey into the future. I just want to share with you very quickly, and I'm trying to find it. I just want to share with you very quickly. I want to share there we go. So I just want to take you through, there's just a few slides. In terms of Partner with Africa, I spoke about infrastructure development and being able to develop it from a dirt road to a road pay for success, and what needs to happen between now and being able to deliver on the SDGs, because that is where our SDG focus is on growth and development. So when we look at, and I just move this out of the way, when we look at, so as a founder member of, or as a co-founder of Partner with Africa, we look at funding of infrastructure development of Africa. And, you know, it's a necessity. If we don't develop the developing world, there is no future for the world, because only Africa and other parts of the developing world have a growing or the youngest continents. The aging world is the developed world. So we've got a disproportionate view. So we are management consultants, brokers, and deal makers who are also international relations specialists and advisors that are based all over the world. So am I, obviously. We have career histories that are diverse and look at various aspects in how we create that development. We do mergers and acquisitions, operations and due diligence, and integration and curation. So we look at various ways of being able to partner with Africa, but we are beyond partnering just with Africa. We are looking at it from a developed world versus a developing world, but it all started in Africa and therefore partner with Africa. We look at various aspects in terms of being able to create opportunities for both investment in infrastructure development and investment in the good economy. So the good economy being that social development, that development of the world that needs to move forward. So we look at massive funding and we look at facilitating huge funding opportunities for both NGOs and private investment firms. When we look at it from three aspects. It's environmental. And so Santosh and Aparna, you have had the biggest impact on me, because obviously our number one goal is that when we look at funding, we do not, I confirm, we do not look at funding that doesn't include environmental and sustainable goals, or environmental and sustainable impact rather. Digital inclusion funding. So digital inclusion obviously then leads to sustainability and how that sustainability rolls out. And infrastructure development funding, obviously. I just want to take you through this very, very quickly. It's only a few. So these are the pillars that we look at. And if you look at SDG 9 specifically, when it looks at infrastructure development and having a future, these are the two things that we look at, is that how do we create that infrastructure for environmental sustainability. So we do not look at infrastructure funding where environmental sustainability is not first and foremost. Digital inclusion. The two places that obviously are the biggest portion of funding, where funding comes from, is the EU and the US in terms of how and where it gets done. So we are an agency for the other funding agencies to be able to do that due diligence and make sure that where the funding goes to in Africa is in the correct places and at the right places. No corruption, no issues, no drama. We make sure everything is clean and clear. What we did is that we created what we call project templates, so that that infrastructure, that funding does not take 2 to 3 to 5 years to be able to, from the date of the availability of funding to receiving the funding. Our turnaround is between 3 to 6 months. So from the time you get approved for funding, whichever nation you are, especially obviously the developing nations of the world, ACP countries, you are able to get your funding once it's approved within 3 to 6 months, not 3 to 6 years. So we've spent long and hard work being able to create that. And here's the sweet spot around that sustainable environmental impact. So we look at obviously digital connectivity first as a pilot, because without that, nothing else can work. We look at mobility or logistics and transport and ensuring mobility of people in the developing world, and I'm sure in parts of the developed world as well. But the poorest people live the furthest away from their place of work. So they live in poorer parts of the country, or deemed poorer parts of the country from a capitalist society perspective. However, they pay more to get to where they need to be. So we try and circumvent that by looking at projects around mobility, logistics, and transport. Water and waste management is the biggest issue in Africa. It's actually the biggest issue in South Africa at the moment, which is where I am born. And this is one of the biggest massive problems that needs to be looked at across the world, actually, because as we know, water is a precious resource. And then it's about environmental warning systems, sustainable tourism, and agriculture is being added onto this as we speak, because obviously with the war in Russia and Ukraine, the rest of the world has become very vulnerable in terms of agriculture and food supply. So these are just, I don't want to take you through that. It's just, I've just explained that. So I don't want to go and waste your time. But yes, it all started in Africa. It's where we looked at how do we actually create funding mechanisms that not just fund infrastructure, because that needs to be done, but it needs to be done in a responsible, sustainable way so that it also meets the sustainable goals. So we kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. And we make sure that economic transformation of Africa happens because the people of Africa have access to basic services, and they also have access to economic participation opportunities. And that is when I will say it's time for me to exit this world, is when I'm able to deliver at least one of these projects, or at least all of these projects in one country. And that's the legacy. So no amount of money can replace that in terms of being able to deliver that. So yes, Aparna and Santosh, thank you so much again for this opportunity and for always being able to create the network and allow us access and being able to talk through the responsibility of what we all need to be able to do as humans of this planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yavi Madurai, for that very powerful session. I think you're doing an amazing job at PWA. It was great to know about the responsible funding mechanisms, the pillars for funding, and I'm sure our listeners would really rethink what they are doing and take immediate action and create a sustainable model in whatever they do. Now we know Africa is the future. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, with that, we have come to the end of our Sustainable Development Session 2. Let's move on to Session 3 to listen and learn more from our next set of powerful speakers. In Session 3, we have 5 speakers, and let's see who is next. Business leadership towards inclusive economy that works for all. Next, we have another powerful session by another powerful leader, Kimberly King. Kimberly King is the CEO of Human Tech Labs. Over to you, Ms. Kimberly, for your session. I think you have to unmute yourself. We are not able to hear you.
Oh, well, I was thanking you, Aparna, for the great job that you've been doing as our host and MC. And a special thanks to Santosh, the team. People can't see behind the scenes just how much work and leadership is happening in order to bring us together. So thank you. You know, I really enjoyed every session yesterday. And today we've built on that, but I also see some evolution in our tone. So I'm not surprised that this morning when I got up, I think an earlier speaker or two said that they had prepared slides and then they decided to more have a conversation with the founders. I heard so much important data and information yesterday that would have been redundant for me, that I thought, well, today we're getting even closer to the heart of the matter, talking founder to founder about what are we up to in our corner of the world and together as a force in the world to dare to take on the global challenges of an entire planet. Well, the first thing I'd want to say about that is no one else is coming. So if not us, who? I believe is a quote that we're all familiar with, but there's no denying that the challenges of our world are facing us and they are borderless. Not one of us singularly as a company or a country can tackle this, but together is the only hope we have for actually taking this map of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, that most of the countries of the world have agreed are the priority, and do our part as individuals, but really recognize the power of us as leaders. As I was thinking about this, the Global Founders Council Summit, and I began to be curious. There was a figure I wanted to know. that I'm not sure I ever heard this in a global, and I'm sure it's an estimate, but I want to share an incredible number with you. So I researched how many companies are there in the world. Now, I'm sure that this is inexact science again, but the number that came out from a 2020 study said that there was 213.65 million companies. Now that number may have gone down since COVID, birthed new ones, and is birthing new ones every day. But that number, if we convert that to founders, we know there's a whole lot more in that number. But let's say that that number represented a single founder, someone who started something in their corner of the world. That number is a powerful force in the world if it only represented one per company. So I did some other research, and I'll talk to you, Aparna, because I like to talk to somebody. But I then wanted to know how many countries are there in the world that are 200 million strong or more? The number is 6. Countries like China, US, India, Pakistan. But here's the number that I wanted to bring in perspective. If we were just one founder strong, one leader strong per company, and we are more than that, we would represent an economy and an authority greater than 195 countries in the world. We would be considered one of the most powerful countries, most powerful forces in the world. So if we're going to dare also call ourselves a global founders council and come together, it's important that we realize just how strong we are, especially when we work together. So part of my conversation today was, how do we create an economy that works for all? Because there's a lot of variables and none of us control them, from government to, I won't make the list, but I know for certain that each of us, our actions every day makes a difference. And if you are a founder and a business leader, your impact is exponential in ripple effect every single day. That's why this council and this forum matters. It isn't just to talk at high level about sustainability. It's to wake ourselves up and understand that, as they say, the heroes we've been waiting for are us. We are them. And you know, I sit in many circles, and I'll tell a little bit about myself because I decided to share my story as a founder. I started my first company when I was 21. Now, today that is not unusual, but I can assure you that when I was 21, that was an uncommon thing. And it just so happens that the business I started was solar. Now, I would love to tell you that at 21, I was so conscious of the planet and my impact that I made a choice to have a green company. The honest answer is that came later. I actually heard about solar as a business opportunity, and it made perfect sense to me. The sun was going to shine on our roofs anyway, and if we put this panel there and a little conduit, I'd get free energy for my home and my water. And at that time, there were subsidies that could also incentivize people to act on that, the consumers. Well, that was the birth of an entrepreneur. When I put that together, I understood that business could make a difference. Now that fostered then my awareness of the environment and renewable energy and regenerative practices. But I want to speak to you not only as a human being who cares, and I believe everyone in this network and in this audience is that kind of founder, that kind of human. But we've been told too many times that business is the villain in the story. And you either make money or you do good. But I am here to reinforce the message of doing well by doing good at the same time. And that if each of us makes a conscious choice, not just to do what we should, sustainability is not a list of shoulds and should nots. Sustainability means I can do it better without harm to my planet, with doing good with the humans, the people in my company and my supply chain. That is not charity. That is a superior business model, a superior strategy. And we as founders and business leaders are the ones who need to change that story from business as villains to business as helpers, healers, and heroes in your community and in our world. Now, I'll go back to my own story. As I learned about what it means to be a business leader and to have people under my care, I also saw that I had a choice to make, because part of our topic today is about an economy that works for all, decent work for fair pay. I was encouraged by many of my peers to pay minimum I could get because I would reap more profits. But everything in me, even though I was 21 years old, it occurred to me that I should treat people the way I'd want to be treated, that I would never succeed without all of us rowing together. And if we're in the boat together, we should prosper with the boat. As simple as that may seem, and frankly, it was patronized by some of my counterparts, being too soft. I want to tell you that not only did everyone who worked for me during that first company and others since make more money than they ever made in their lives. And the reason I know that is they told me so, and I saw it. But instead of that costing me my place as a leading business, I'm happy to tell you that that strategy of doing good, treating people well, working in a collective win-win approach to business and leadership, our little office became #1 in the entire United States. One of the smallest offices in a national channel became the most successful office in the nation, not because of me, but because of we. Because without even understanding it yet as a young woman, I was practicing the principles of sound leadership, win-win economy, and working in a collaborative way in order to rise together. Those are really the messages I want to share with the founders today, that sustainability is everybody's job. So is the economy. But to the 200 million plus of us who are in the decision maker chair, in the initiator chair, if we resolve to take these SDGs seriously, if we resolve to not fear valuing people, instead of seeing how little we can pay, but we commit to the ethos of dignity, fair trade, not only inside our company, but insist on it in every part of our supply chain. We have great power if we stand our ground and lead the leaders. The ripple effect would be immeasurable and immediate. A world force would be unleashed, and we would change the narrative forever. I believe that's what the Global Founders Council is all about, is to recognize our responsibility and our opportunity, that the greatest story of business is yet to be written. We can be the cavalry that comes. We can be, should be, and must be the heroes we've been waiting for. I believe business is an honorable and noble pursuit when it's done with integrity, intention, and more than one bottom line. Profit is an indicator, but people matter. Planet matters. Purpose matters. And peace is the result of getting every one of these pieces right. So thank you for letting me share a little of my story, founder to founder. I hope you'll take my invitation and my challenge to heart. Let's join hands, Global Founders. Join the council, make a commitment, and let's be a force for good in the world. We're the ones we're waiting for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kimberly King, for another very powerful session. As you said, 213.65 million is a huge number. And if each one of founders takes responsibility and makes a conscious choice, just imagine the impact we would make. The numbers you shared were so powerful. It tells us we are on the right track and we surely have a lot of work to do in the coming days. And thank you for your words of appreciation. It really means a lot to us to take our mission forward. Thank you so much for sharing your story and inspiring us. Let us be the heroes we are waiting for. Thank you. Leave no one behind. Next, we have a session on justice and equality of opportunity, UN SDGs 1, 8, and 10 by Varija Bajaj. Varija Bajaj is the founder of Varija Lifestyles, ONI, Leila, Varija Home, Varija Life, India. Over to you, Ms. Varija Bajaj, for your session.
Thank you so much, Aparna, for having me here. It's been lovely hearing everyone, and what an exhaustive work put together by the entire team of GCPIT. And I congratulate everybody to have put this humongous effort before I start with what I really want to speak. Thank you so much for having me here. For the benefit of friends who cannot see, I'm Varija Bajaj, founder, Varija Life, that works extensively in the space of disability inclusion. Professionally, I'm a fashion and an interior designer. I'm an Indonesian woman with brown eyes, wearing spectacles these days, limit on excessive screen time post-COVID. I have a fair whitish skin tone and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a blue dress, and in the background, I have the logo and the banner of GCPIT. We at Varija Life are inspired by United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, leave no one behind. And we are thrilled to align ourselves with the mission of GCPIT, GFCST, and GPAST. With the adoption of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, 193 United Nations member states pledged to ensure no one will be left behind and to make efforts to reach the last one first. People do get left behind when they lack the choices and equal opportunities to participate in everything that the world has to offer. we at Varaja Life focus on how to eradicate barriers for people to access services, resources, equal opportunities for people with disabilities in particular. Now, for a moment, I want you to widen your perspective, because the moment we think of people with disabilities, we start thinking of us versus them. So for a moment, just to put things in perspective about disability, just simple visualizations. Imagine a woman ferrying a pram with a small child at a railway station, or imagine your grandparents on the wheelchair, or simply suffering from joint pains or arthritis, or even simpler, imagine your eyesight without spectacles like me, or sunglasses in blaring sunlight. We all are disabled. We have our hats without which we all are disabled in some way or the other. Now, India is the youngest nation in the world with the largest number of youth population in India. But it's time we realize that very soon this youth will become old. We will be the oldest nation with multiple old age disabilities like arthritis, joint pains, cataract, glaucoma, Alzheimer's. So my friends, disability is not an alien concept. It is not about them. It is all about us. And it's high time we start working towards it. The world has moved to absolute digitization, which is what we are doing right now. And there is no escape from it. But the industrial model of technology, which focuses on the masses, does not accommodate disabilities, does not accommodate exceptions. Artificial intelligence pushes towards monoculture since everything works on algorithms. So we must have a greater research and hence greater data to develop algorithms for people with disabilities. And that's what we are working on. All teachers should be trained on disability education because you never know who is disabled. You don't know people around you who might have special needs. The future of inclusive education does not rely on just special educators alone, but the whole teacher community. And that's what our mission is at Varaja Life. For some reasons, because I am also a fashion designer, for some reasons, fashion magazines consider people with disabilities unattractive. We are hoping to see more people with disabilities on the cover page of fashion magazines than behind the camera. We have enough fashion designer designing clothes for the red carpet, Hollywood or Bollywood, but close to none for someone sitting on the wheelchair the entire day, or an autistic child who has very special color or textile requirements. So we are pushing this cause and the fashion colleges to introduce clothing for people with disabilities as a compulsory module for future fashion designers. So it actually requires two sets of abilities. One is your knowledge about fashion and your knowledge about disability. Now, persons with disabilities often face society barriers. Sports can help reduce the stigma and discrimination associated with disability. Through sports, persons with disabilities interact with persons with abilities in a positive context, which can sort of constructively bring forward what persons with disabilities can or cannot do and change perceptions. So at Varaja Life, disability inclusion is a mission in the space of tourism, in transport, in entertainment, in education, in journalism, in films, fashion, sports, media, mental health, digital world, policy, employment, investments, in short, every aspect of your life. One of our initiatives, National Ability Summit, has grown to become a disability think tank where people from around the world share their challenges and learning curves on disability inclusion, especially with the leaders in the disability movement. So we have experts from over 20 countries where we network and associate and amplify the mission of disability inclusion. So do not hesitate to connect with us if your mission is same as ours. Thank you once again for making me part of this mission and amplifying our voices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varija Bajaj, for that real eye-opening session. Thank you for making us visualize the concept of disability. As you rightly said, it's not about them, it's about us. We all are disabled in one way or another, and we all have a huge responsibility towards inclusion. Thank you once again for that very powerful and eye-opening session.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have another session by Mr. Anil Goyal. What makes a successful impact investment? Mr. Anil Goyal is the founder and CEO of CapSavvy Consultants Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Anil, for your session.
Thank you very much, Aparna, and thanks everyone at GCPIT. So can I share my screen, Aparna?
Yes, you can.
I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. So good evening, friends. A very happy evening from India. This is Anil Goyal, founder and managing director of CapSavvy. So first of all, I would like to congratulate entire team at GCPIT, that is Global Council for Promotion of International Trade, to create such a wonderful global platform which aims to transform the future of business and industry through sustainable business best practices. And thank you, Santosh, and thank you, Ms. Aparna, once again, and the entire team at GCPIT for providing me this opportunity for me to share my views and experience on this global forum about key success factors for impact investing. So here we go. Let us summarize what I would be covering for today. So I'll be talking brief about myself again and a little about my company, CapSavvy. Then I'll be talking about what is impact investment and which all funds who invest into impact projects, what are the preferred sectors for impact projects, and then I'll be sharing a snapshot of financial performance of impact project and check whether such projects have met financial expectations of the investors. And we all have few myths and misconceptions about impact investing projects. So I'll be sharing few clarifications on impact projects. Then I'll be sharing few examples of impact project undertaken in India and large scale, and that they have been doing extremely good. Taking such examples, I would be summarizing key success factors that can sustain impact projects. And then few examples of CapSavvy, where we are presently working on impact projects with private investors. So brief about myself, I am Anil Goyal, a rank holder chartered accountant from India and certified business strategist from Indian Institute for Management, Bangalore. I have about 25 years of experience working into various financing and business strategies. I've worked on several impact projects covering education, health, infrastructure at Maxis Education, ILFS, IDPI, and Marine Life Science. Recently, Marine Life Science received funding of $210 million for its medical business expansion. And during my tenure of past 25 years, I have been part of funding of 13,000 odd crore, that is $2 billion, from various development financial institutions, which include the Asian Development Bank, Indian financial institutions, banks, and many private equity funds. The overall project outlay for these projects involved 35,000 crore, that is $5 billion. I'm an expert in Harvard business model of institutional voids, that is analysis, which during my study at Harvard on entrepreneurship in developing countries. Brief about my company, CapSavvy. We have been involved in managing projects worth rupees 3,000 crore, that is $500K, and we are working on impact investing projects. We are primarily focusing on startup advisory and funding, and we have been working with pool of investors in India and globally. Our company is managed by a highly professional board and a team spread across India and globe. Let us understand what is impact investing or the impact projects. So basic definition of impact investment is that the investments made with the intention of generating social or environmental projects or the impact alongside the financial returns. So it is not just the burning of the money on the social impact, but financial return is also the aim for impact investment. That means there is an involvement of financial return along with social and environmental impact makes impact investments. So the fact is that 88% of the investment made by investors exceeded their expectations in terms of returns, and the average return on impact investment is 6.4%. Major sectors for impact investments are healthcare, education, energy, and agriculture. And these sectors are expected to grow rapidly due to increased involvement of impact investments now. Impact investments have attracted a wide variety of investors, both individual investors. So these are the funds who can invest in impact projects. There are a few pension funds in India and abroad as well. Few insurance funds who have been investing recently. Our client has got funding for the insurance from the insurance fund based in US. And there are few development financial institutions, banks, and diversified financial institutions, foundations, family offices, individual investors, NGOs, and religious institutions. So these are the people who invest in impact projects, and we can definitely approach them if we have any idea on the impact projects. Let us talk about financial performance of impact investing. Many of the investors have diverse financial returns expectations from impact investments. So basically, they pursue market competitiveness and market beating returns. A large majority of the investors surveyed reported that their investments have either met or exceeded their expectations for both financial performance and the impact. And the preferred sector for investments are job opportunities, economic growth, renewable energy, poverty reduction, gender equality, climate control, good health, and food security. Talking about myths and misconception about impact investing. So there are few investors new to the impact investing worry about that the market is not fit or not right for them because of a number of myths or the misconception. So first of all, they are worried about can my investment, can my financial return, which I am expecting, can those impact investment projects, can they meet those expectations? So there is a body called GIIN, that is Global Impact Investing Network. So as per their survey, 87% of the impact investors targeting market returns, they reported that their expectations either met or exceeded. The second question is it hard to measure the impact? So if they are investing, whether there is an actual positive impact on the social or the environment. So while it is true that the impact assessment or the investor's priority will differ case to case basis, and following classifications can be used to measure the impact and get results of strategy. What outcomes the business contributions to how important they are to the stakeholders who experience the outcome and how underserved that they were before. So there are many tools available now where we can definitely do impact assessment and find out whether my projects have really contributed to the society. There are few success stories, rather large scale success stories in India who have contributed to the society and the environment through private investment. So one is the Narayana Health case where it is a healthcare and the investors there were many investors outside India, in India as well, with the private sector involvement was the main. And the amount raised was $48 million. It's a low cost healthcare solution to more than 2 million patients, especially the underserved community. And it has created a lot of good business opportunities, job opportunities for the local people, and it has been doing extremely good. And the second example is Amul, where it was the 8th largest milk processor in the world. It was created with the movement of farmers and the partners. The farmers have become the partner in the model. It has created huge impact in terms of white revolution when it started. So taking these two examples, in fact, these are the examples which are part of Harvard studies also now. And definitely these are large scale, but there are small projects also which can make a difference in the local community, local environment. Coming to CAPSAV involvement in the impact projects, we have been actively involved in a lot of impact projects, which include environmental impact. There is a company called Elegante who is doing processing of plastic waste, which manufactures the oil out of it. So it's a direct impact on the environment. Then there are few water projects, water conservation projects, and education, value education also that we are involved with that in terms of funding and advising them. Then there are few projects where we are working with a company where replacement to plastic bags. So they are the paper bags manufacturer. Then rural e-commerce also, which is involving the local kirana store, that is the pop and mom kirana stores. Then there is a project where we are involved who is into controlling the fluoride from the water. And the rural population and financial and insurance tax support, where a lot of regional efficiency or the regional language barrier come into play. So people have created a platform where regional language barrier can be eliminated with the tech support. So coming to the key success factors of impact investment is quite similar to regular investing. The only difference is making sure that the company that we are investing, it has a positive social impact. So the key factors for taking care of the remaining and the more or less the expect the same as they would be for the regular investment. So either you are the investor or you are the promoter for impact investment, the key success factors remain the same, except that the impact assessment should be a regular exercise for all those projects. So invest in a company that we have studied about, make sure that we know the company's objective and inner working before we invest. If we don't have the possibility to nullify whole purpose of the implementation, will one side of the coin. And assess your risk taking ability before investing in anything. Then the next is diversify your portfolio, not just into impact investment project, but also into the other sector as well. And the most important is monitor your investment with respect to the impact, social impact, and the environmental effects. So that means you need to have complete tracking, the MIS system, the discussion with the promoters, or discussion with the stakeholders in terms of the ground impact with your projects. That's all from my side. Thank you very much once again. And if at all any questions are there, my contact details are there. That is info@capsavi.com, and my mobile number is also there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anil, for that wonderful session on impact investment. And thanks for sharing the key success factors of impact investment as well. Advancing SDGs, gender equality as an enabler for innovation, industry, and infrastructure, a session by Innocentia Malango. Innocentia is the founder, She Engineers. Over to you, Innocentia, for your session.
Thanks, Aparna, for inviting me to the session. And really, the work that you're doing has so much impact, and I'm happy to be walking this journey with you. I am sharing my screen. I hope you can see it. Please confirm.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So good day all. I'm honored by the invitation to be a part of the session today as part of the Global Founders Council. As I've been introduced, my name is Innocentia Malango. I hail from Johannesburg, South Africa. I work as a senior professional civil engineer and project manager for an international consulting company named Hatch. I also founded a nonprofit organization called She Engineers, which is dedicated to attaining gender equality in engineering, and it provides, we provide mentorship and developmental support for women in engineering. I'm also a member of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering, which has over 16,000 members. I volunteer in a number of portfolios, and one of those is being the chair of the Diversity and Inclusivity Panel, where we look to advance the gender agenda within the civil engineering fraternity. So in terms of my presentation today, I tackle cross-cutting topics in the context of infrastructure development opportunities and how that can link to sustainable development goals. But I specifically emphasize the importance of gender equality in the industries that I work in. And gender equality is an enabler for innovation, industry, and infrastructure. And I was inspired to discuss this topic because I thought, do we all have a common understanding where gender equality fits in when it comes to SDG number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure? And do we see the untapped potential it presents? And further, are we as change makers conversant on our own role in advancing these two specific SDGs and how we can link both of them together? So the key message I wish to share today is that these concepts are interlinked, and we must not lose the opportunity to change the narrative in our industries. And I believe we can be the leaders of this change. And I'll give some practical examples about some case studies we've implemented in South Africa and what my She Engineers organizations hopes to achieve in this arena. So in terms of, sorry, I just want to check, did my slides move, Aparna?
It's not moving, it's on the first slide. So
okay, try again.
Okay, yes, second slide.
Okay, so to just give you a bit of background to myself, I completed my engineering degree in 2011, and I've been working in the engineering consulting space for over 10 years now. I spent the first few years of my career as a civil engineer specializing in railway infrastructure design and construction, and I've since moved on to leadership roles in project delivery as a project manager, supporting the mining, metals, and infrastructure sectors. And my role includes overseeing projects and implementation in various phases, including concept studies, pre-feasibility, feasibility, and then executing projects. I'm passionate about mentorship, project management, and advancing women. And in my many years of experience in these sectors, specifically the science, technology, engineering, mathematics sectors, I unfortunately found myself in the industry where women are persistently underrepresented. And I've seen firsthand the inequality in the sector, and I'll present a few statistics as well as I go through my presentation. But that's why I sought to be the change I wish to see in the world. And that was part of the genesis of the She Engineers organization. I found that one of the areas of intervention required in the industry is being able to provide visible role models and mentors for women in engineering or women in STEM, and particularly the role models and mentors with whom young women and girls can relate to, and those that really challenge the stereotypes around a career in engineering. So I found this to be quite important, and I found this to be one of the many ways we can advance gender equality in these sectors, which in turn will contribute to us being better implementers or better designers of infrastructure, of technologies, and being more innovative. So the genesis of She Engineers was born out of that. And our vision is to connect experienced female engineers with female engineering professionals and students. And we believe that by establishing the supportive network, we can fix what we term the leaky pipeline in STEM careers, and therefore contribute to advancing SDG number 5, which is gender equality. And this will in turn create better value in SDG number 9. And that's how that was our thinking and how we started the organization. But to further just set the context of why we established She Engineers, the United Nations Women emphasized the importance of gender equality, and they articulated the following: that gender equality is a right. Fulfilling this right is the best chance we have in meeting some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Women are not only more affected by these problems, but also possess ideas and leadership to solve them. The gender discrimination still holding too many women back holds our world back too. And this quote emphasizes the critical role that women will play in solving some of the pressing challenges associated with things like climate action and sustainability. So if I look more into detail in terms of the gender parity challenge in the engineering industry and context, according to the UN Women's Gender Snapshot, the percentage of female graduates in science, technology, engineering, mathematics fields was just over 30% globally in 2018. And sub-Saharan Africa averages around 32%, and other regions average around that. But you may think that these numbers are not as bad as you'd expect. But if we look at the challenge in a different way, we have what many call the leaky pipeline in STEM careers. What that means is that the intake of women in engineering studies and those that are graduating is not matched by the number of women practicing in the industry. So what this implies is that in as much as we can get more women in STEM careers, we can encourage them from high school level, we lose them across the systems for a variety of reasons. And this is why we need different interventions at different stages of development. So the World Economic Forum published the Global Gender Gap Report in 2020 and focused on the skills and the sectors of the fourth industrial revolution. And they reported that globally, 15% of engineering professionals are women. And this is also similar in my home country as well, in South Africa. And these statistics are quite powerful, and it should make all of us think, how can we develop sustainable infrastructure, inclusive infrastructure? How can we be more innovative and make sure that our technologies are inclusive if a significant portion of the population is not engaged in developing such infrastructure? And climate action, I believe, opens up as well new opportunities for integrated infrastructure development and industry and innovation. According to the Project Management Institute, project-related activity will exceed $20 trillion US in the next 10 years. And this is driven by technological advancement, economic growth, but also projects advancing sustainable development goals, and some in response to climate action. And it's clear that engineering and STEM skills are important and integral in this arena. So women cannot be left out of this conversation. They cannot be outside of infrastructure development or innovation or technological advancement. And therefore, we need to ensure that our pipeline in terms of STEM careers and specifically engineering, that we are shifting the needle and we're making sure that that pipeline is inclusive, because our infrastructure will not be inclusive if we don't implement interventions in that stream. So I want to touch on several points. And if we look around us, the world as we know it is designed through the lens of men, and we need to cater for more women at the design table to make sure that we design an equal world which caters for diverse needs. The skills of the fourth industrial revolution are different. The attributes of a fourth industrial revolution leader are vastly different. The World Economic Forum Future of Jobs research emphasizes the critical skills required as being creative thinking, empathy, problem solving, emotional intelligence, as well as interpersonal communication, in addition to analytical skills. Many women exhibit these skills naturally. And research shows that companies that are more diverse achieve better outcomes. Further, providing women and girls with equal access and representation in political, technical, and economic decision-making processes will help us fuel sustainable economies and will benefit society at large. And really the message here is, if we want to build inclusive and sustainable infrastructure as required on SDG number 9, and if we wish to thrive in the fourth industrial revolution, we need women at the design table. So how can we bridge the gap? I've presented a number of statistics about how there's gender disparities in the STEM fields, but how can we build the gap? So I've alluded earlier to something called the leaky pipeline, where we lose girls and women at various junctures of development. We need to look at the entire pipeline. We need to get kids into STEM education. We need to support students at higher education level, improve the retention of women in the industry after they graduate, and create an environment where the proverbial glass ceiling does not exist, and we need to create entrepreneurial opportunities and funding for innovators as well. So we need to have a holistic view on this, and the different interventions that we as change makers, as founders, we can lead in our own spheres of influence. And I just want to touch on a number of those innovations, or of those things that we can implement. So at basic education level, it starts at home. It starts at grassroots level. The way we raise girls versus young boys matters. The behaviors we encourage, the conversations we have with our nephews and nieces can make a difference. My father was in construction and was quite instrumental in my decision to make to pursue a career in civil engineering. So how we engage at basic education level and making STEM attractive, or engineering attractive, to both girls and boys at school level can have an impact in changing this pipeline, or this leaky pipeline as well. So there's different interventions that people can lead. We can adopt schools, and if you are somebody with a STEM background, go to a school and say, I'm going to show you what STEM can help you achieve. So we need to be deliberate as founders in having interventions at early childhood development stage. At higher education level, the dropout rate for women in engineering or women in STEM is also quite alarming. So young women studying in these fields, they should be provided visible role models and mentors. They need to be supported and have links to the industry so they can see themselves as well represented in industry. I mentioned at the start, the organization I started, She Engineers. We also go into, higher educations, and we do presentations. We put women in front of these students, and we show them what a career in engineering as a woman can look like. And the more they see themselves represented, then they're encouraged to also stay in the industry. And as they enter the industry, retention becomes an issue as well. So at the industry level, when they start practicing, or when young women start practicing as engineers or mathematicians or people in the technology sector, they also need the necessary support, whether it comes from the organizations that they work for, or it comes from organizations outside, such as She Engineers or industry bodies, where they engage in discussions, they helped with career pathing, and they advise at different levels of their development. And then at the stage when women in STEM or women in engineering are seasoned professionals, they need mentorship, but also they need champions and sponsors. So that becomes increasingly important as they progress in their careers. So champions are people that advocate for you when you're not in the room. So we need more advocates for people that will champion women in these industries. And it's important that we all become champions, so we remove this proverbial glass ceiling in these industries, and also shatter stereotypes as well. And the other important thing when in the more experienced categories, that women entrepreneurs need to also be supported. There's a bias in terms of funding female entrepreneurs versus male entrepreneurs. So that bias needs to be shattered as well at the industry level. And it's a whole ecosystem of how we can fix the leaky pipeline. So we need companies to also take an active interest in being committed to being more diverse and inclusive. Our hiring practices need to be inclusive. We need to offer mentorship and developmental programs for women as well. Equitable pay as well as a key issue why some women leave our industries, and also address unconscious biases and stereotypes in our industries. So companies, engineering associations, and governments also have a role to play in this ecosystem. And so in closing, or to summarize, the key points I wish you take away from this conversation is that there's a lot that needs to be done to achieve gender parity in engineering and STEM careers. Women need to be engaged to address the infrastructure needs of the future. The SDGs, gender equality, is a critical enabler to industry innovation and infrastructure. I've given some examples in my case studies about how each of us can be a change maker and make a difference in our sphere of influence. We need collaboration between the education sector, the private sector, public sector, our associations as well. And this also links to partnering for our goals in line with SDG number 17. And we also need to share learning, similar to this platform that Aparna, Santosh, you've created. We need to share our learning as well, so one industry can learn from the other. It's quite important in how we grow in this arena. And more importantly, each one of us needs to be an advocate and a champion for change, because gender equality is everyone's business. And in terms of just my parting slide, I think as founders and as leaders of our generation, we are the ones we've been waiting for. There was a time where we could change the situation, which was yesterday, but it doesn't mean that we're too late. We can still start today and be the change we wish to see in the world. Thank you, Aparna. And that's just my contact details if anybody wishes to connect with me.
Thank you, Innocentia, for that excellent session. I think the concept of virtual mentorship for women engineers is amazing, and experienced female engineers need to support new engineers, seeing the leaky pipeline you mentioned. And as you quoted, women possess the ideas and leadership to solve these pressing challenges if we support them in coming forward. And you rightly said, women cannot be left out of this conversation, and we need more women at the designing table while designing our future. Thank you so much for that powerful session. Well-being is an action, not a word. Are you an adaptive leader who takes action for your people? Focusing on workplace health and well-being, UNSDG 3 by Kathy DeMarchos. Kathy is the Strategy and Transformation Business Executive Solutions to you, Australia. Over to you, Kathy, for your session.
Well-being, it's not a word, it's an action. We are all responsible, not only to ourselves, but to each other. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask you a question. Would you consider yourself to be an adaptive leader, one who actually takes actions for their people? We're actually all aware that the UN had identified good health and well-being as the third SDG goal. So today, more than ever, we can actually safely say that there is a desperate need for us to actually pause and really begin to address this as a conscious leader. The pandemic has now actually taken well-being to a very different level. We are all conscious of the impact on humanity over the last 2 years. However, we are yet to really address it, and how we actually each are going to contribute to remedy the situation is still an unknown. Well, here's the reality. We're still unaware of the extent of the past 2 years and the impact that it has actually had on our well-being. In 2018, the International Organization for Standardization, who is the World Federation of National Standards Body, otherwise known as ISO, began to recognize the need to incorporate well-being and mental health as part of the global OH&S standards. The purpose of the global standards was to actually provide a framework for managing risk and opportunities. The aim and intended outcomes are actually to prevent work-related injuries and ill health within the workforce, and to provide safe and healthy workplaces. Consequently, it is critically important for organisations to eliminate hazards and minimise risk by taking effective, preventative and proactive measures. So where are we with that? You know, despite the calling from the UN and all the standardisation suggestions, we still seem to be hesitant in actually taking action. We continue to operate in an environment where we're still actually struggling to recognise mental health and well-being as a critical element to living a fulfilled life and to actually feel safe at work and in our communities. there are several aspects that really have actually contributed to where we are today. But dwelling on them and how we actually got here aren't going to solve the problem, but taking action will. The magnitude of the problem is real, and I want to actually share some statistics with you to show you how alarming things are for your people, for you, for your loved ones, because the reality is that we're all in this together. If you are running a business, an organization, managing a team, and you recognize that your people are actually disengaged, then you've got a problem. Studies actually show us disengaged workers have 37% higher absenteeism, 49% more accidents, and made 60% more errors. Mental health isn't just about what happens to people personally or to their family and friends. It also is impacting the economy. It affects every organization across the globe. It has a huge ripple effect. So how big of an issue is mental health and well-being? Well, the impact is at least $12 billion in a small country like Australia. So how much more is it on a global basis? We are only starting to see some of the effects. This is a long-term issue, so let's not play the short-term game. The Productivity Commission established or estimated, in fact, that all mental illness, not just anxiety, costs the economy between $200 billion and $220 billion a year. So how are we contributing to that as leaders? Well, research actually shows that workplaces actually cause between $15.8 billion and $17.4 billion of that cost. You see, anxiety is only part of that, but it is a significant part. So we know absolutely that we are looking at costs of tens of billions of dollars from people who are actually working for us. And we are actually contributing to those costs because our workforce is being inhibited by actually being able to do the job to the best of their abilities. So are we actually pausing to recognize that? Absenteeism alone actually costs the economy $9.6 billion a year, while presenteeism costs $7 billion. Presenteeism is actually a term that means that you show up for work, but you're really not capable of doing your job. You're not able to produce the output, the quality or the quantity that you would normally be expected to do because you're paralyzed by anxiety or stress or other mental health issues. Think about what's going on in your businesses. Think about what's going on for the people around you. It's estimated that about $11 billion is actually paid in income support payments to people who can't work because of poor mental health. These are all alarming facts, yet we procrastinate to take action because we can't always see what's truly happening for our people. Or maybe we actually aren't looking for it. Maybe we're just waiting until someone collapses or has an actual breakdown. To move forward, we need to crack through the surface and we need to be part of the solution. So let's actually acknowledge that, we actually need to bring expertise in. People that are familiar and understand psychological health and well-being. We also need to recognize that our human resources is not the solution, because they need the support too. Let's recognize that we, executives, board members, C-suite, we're actually not immune. And let's also recognize that there were contributing factors that actually started before, pre-pandemic. And these actually include generational gaps and the expectations that were either set or assumed from each of these areas. So to move forward, we need to begin to understand that human capital is actually about people. We know that people are actually at the core of every business. So let's take measured steps to ensure their safety, mentally, socially, as well as physically. We need to ensure that we create an environment that not only allows people to survive, but enables them to thrive. Creating these environments needs support to bridge the gaps and to actually create a trust environment within the workplace and within our community. We actually need to invest time and money to transform what was to what needs to be. So where do we go from here? What are some of the objectives that we can actually aim to achieve? I outline them in 5 key areas. The first one is actually to actually define psychologically safety environments. Well-being as a concept that we acknowledge, that we recognize, and that we respect. The second is to explain the framework that we're all going to actually operate within. And the third one, and this is so critical, is actually to make sure that we have alignment. Alignment with what we're actually saying with the team. The language is so critical in this process. And most importantly, that we all understand the concept of the framework that we're all going to be working towards. We then need to prepare ourselves and the team to take those measured steps in achieving success, not just for ourselves, but as a collective. And most importantly, the 5th thing is we need to be motivated. It's not just about saying that we will do something. It's not just about taking the action. It's actually about being motivated to see us all succeed and to implement the action plan. We need to increase psychological safety and well-being within the workplace. Otherwise, it won't matter. We won't have alignment and people will be able to see straight through it. So as I actually come to wrap up, I want to actually ask each of you, are you going to be the leaders of organisations that cultivate cultural architects who are prepared to take action in shaping a better tomorrow by increasing mental health conditions and well-being in the workplace and in your community? I'm Kathy DeMarcos from Solutions to You, and I am actually committed to accelerating health and well-being for humanity by developing the skills of adaptive leaders who are ready to champion the 3rd UN SDG goal of mental health and well-being through the development of psychological safety. Will you join me by taking action too?
Thank you so much, Kathy DeMarchos, for that very informative and important session. As you said, we don't have to wait till someone collapses or someone's mental health gets affected to take action. Let us take care of our people. Let us invest in our people, because when we take care of our people, they are sure to take care of our businesses. With that, we come to the end of today's session. Wow, what an amazing day. We have just closed day 2 of the Global Founders Council Summit 2022. Another set of amazing speakers, amazing topics, amazing learning. Let me take this opportunity to thank each one of you who made this summit possible through your support and commitment. First of all, let me thank our chief guest, Professor Mohan Manasinghe, the founder chairman of the Manasinghe Institute of Development, Mind, Colombo, for the trust in us and for taking his time out of his busy schedule and joining us in the summit. A huge thank you to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sarika Kulkarni, for enlightening us with her words and also with her experience. A big thank you to all our powerful speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing stories. I'm sure this will be a great learning for anyone who is watching, and we are sure that as founders, all your efforts are going to create a huge difference in this world. And to our impact investment partner, Tacit Growth Strategies LLC. Without you, this event would not have been possible at such a huge scale. You have helped us raise the game through your unconditional support. We are now live on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all these videos will be available to you on our YouTube channel for you to watch later. Thank you so much, dear viewers, for joining us on our social media platforms and also on Zoom and listening to us. Hope we were able to add value to your lives through this event. Join us tomorrow with another set of powerful speakers and with their inspiring stories and learnings. Together, let us change the world. This is Aparna G. Kumar signing off. See you all tomorrow on the SDGs Global Founders Council Summit 2022, Day 3, which will be the final day. Till then, bye-bye, take care, stay safe.